We're starting a little bit early just to give everybody time to catch up with the notifications on YouTube and Meta Live, Instagram Live, Twitch, and a few other things as well. I think we're going out to 11 different destinations, all told, getting lots of replays and things like that. If you are watching on YouTube, can you click on the like and subscribe buttons? And when you subscribe, click on that little alert. I'm just going to shut my door a second because my dog has crashed the party. He wants to learn about Rad Studio as well. Don't you? Yes, he does. Yeah. And if you click on that little, it's like a bell icon. What will happen is when we do go live, if we're early or a little bit later, you'll get a notification. We won't know about who you are. We won't be able to spam you. We won't be able to send anything horrible that you don't want to know about and go, oh, you told me loads of things I don't need to know. YouTube will send you the notification and you'll get informed on what's going on. So do that. We're having a few issues with our email. I've had a few people say, hey, I never received the email notification. I don't know why that is. I've been busy hosting and wrangling things with producer Martha, also doing lots of wrangling together. We over the 2 weeks, I think we've got 40 odd sessions. So there's a lot of work involved. And at some point, I have some time where I can actually find out why the email notifications haven't worked. I have told a few people, but we'll see what's happening there. And also the website was a bit wobbly the other day as well. I'm going to say hi to everybody who's saying hi. Patrick says, we're online. It's so beautiful. It's very French. It's so beautiful. Although that's a bit Italian, isn't it? Yeah, it's so beautiful. But yes, it is. Yes, it's magnifique, très chic. And Richard Dobkins says, hello, Ian. Hi. Hi to all of you out there as well. We've had quite a few people say hi. What else? I think we saw, yes, Giuliano. I'm sorry, I'm probably saying that. I don't really speak Italian, as you can tell. But ciao to Italy. I can say ciao. So hi to everybody in Italy. And I really appreciate it. Many developers in Italy, a very vibrant and active community. And in fact, you know, they are very prominent as well. When I went to the Delphi Summit, there was a bunch of Italians there who'd made the effort to come over and meet us there. Almost as enthusiastic as the Brazilians. I recorded a hello today to some Brazilians, the Código Delphi, I think. It's like a academic Delphi streamer. And they've got an online event next week in Brazilian Portuguese, 20th and 21st, all about Delphi. So lots happening. Who else we got? Yes, he says ciao. Yeah, ciao. I can say that. Who else have we got? And I'm going to do a few of these. Hi from Mexico City. Hola in Mexico. Obviously, being a Texan, as I am, I know this is my East Texan accent. What you do is you drive down to the center of Dallas, you turn east, and then drive for 4,500 miles, and that's my birthplace. East Texas, where I am. But Texas, yes, we've got a very strong and vibrant Mexican community in Texas. You know, tons and tons of Mexican culture and influence. And Texas was at one point part of Mexico as well. So I feel a definite synergy with our friends in Mexico. And, you know, it's a great country, very beautiful and very vibrant. The food is fantastic as well. Hello from Italy to all the Delphi Spartan coders. Yes. And another excellent broadcaster as well, Compila Quinava. Anyway, I've surprised him before now. He streams on Twitch, I think. Yes, it was Twitch. And I jumped on one of his streams and freaked session titles and speakers on low thirds if you need them. Producer Martha is doing things in the background. She's so excellent. Really, I can't say enough good things about producer Martha. I know I call her name out. There's a whole team of us involved. I'm just the public face. I'm the one that does all the talking. But behind the scenes, there are many people working extremely hard. I usually at the end of the 2 weeks, I will call out the names and give them a thumbs up. Loads of people there that work absolutely phenomenally hard. Embarcadero is full of so many hardworking people that really are passionate about this. But Martha is also a demon at all of this organization. She works very hard, and because of our different time zones that we're at, she's often working very late in the evening for her as well. So I really appreciate her efforts. We make a good team, and she picks up on where I drop things, which is always good. Andrea, hello, Andrea. Ciao to you as well. And oh, look, we've got someone. What's this person? Let me just say. Senor from Istanbul. Wow. Well, there you go. There's awful. We don't hear a lot of people from Istanbul. And what else we got? Greece. Oh, I love Greece. I like going to Paphos actually as well in Cyprus. But Greece, I've been to many Greek islands, and in fact, of course, Athens, which is the product name for Rad Studio 12.1, is named after Greece, and Delphi, of course, is from Greece as well. So the actual Oracle of Delphi. Hello from Istanbul. I've already said you, and his handle okay, so he was saying that his Twitch handle is "it builds, hence it works." So it's like a René Descartes, is it, that said, "I think, therefore I am." Well, it builds, therefore it works. Yes, that is the programmer's thing, isn't it? Well, it built, so good enough, it must work. So. Excellent. Okay. Well, we've reached the top of the hour, and that's when we've said we're going to broadcast. We have got a little bit of a gap, but that's really enough for me to hand over for the next session after that. And who else we got here? Hang on. And Zoe. Hello, Zoe. And there's and Zoe is from Ghana. Wow. I mean, quite often on these streams we have 20 or 30 countries represented. It is always amazing how many people come from around the world to our events, and I really appreciate it. Without you people coming and joining in, and actually the people joining live, Porto, well, Portugal, yeah, we know about Porto. See you in October, but joking apart, without you people joining live, I'd still have the same energy, because I've said before I would host to one person if it came down to it. But live people attending, I really appreciate you coming along and doing that. I know some of you love it. You like the live dynamic, but we get thousands of views on the replays as well. So people will be watching me talking now in 4 or 5 hours time. Our average viewership for each day is about 3,000 after a couple of days, which is quite incredible for a live coding camp on some quite esoteric subjects. We're going to cover HTMX quite heavily. We're going to talk about that later in the week. But also functional programming later on today. We've got some web stuff. And in fact, let's just very briefly talk, because I have 4 minutes gap between sessions. Today, we're going to do a replay of Empowering Your Apps with AWS from Richard Hatherall. Excellent presenter. He did his on Monday, and we had a gap, so we're going to replay that session because it's so good. In an hour after that, so about an hour from now, we're going to have Erwin Dennison, and he's going to do a live product demo of a product that a showcase of a product written with Rad Studio in Delphi that I saw, and I was so blown away by the gorgeousness of his website, which is absolutely incredible, but the functionality of his product as well. He's going to demonstrate an app that works on Windows and Mac, and it's a font creator app. He'll go into much more detail and explain it, but really got to come along for that in about an hour's time. After that, Dion Mai is back from Brazil. He's going to talk about Gen AI, so generative AI apps using Rad Studio. You definitely want to see that. If you're into AI, Dion's a great presenter, and come along and watch what he's got to say. And around about 1 p.m., US Central Time, and right now it's 10 a.m. So if you can work out what the time scales will be. So in about 3 or 4 hours time, program the rainbow working with colors. This is a session by Jim McKeith. I specifically asked him if he could do this one because I saw him do a demo of an app. I think we were somewhere else, might have been on an online event or something, but I saw him working on this app and said, hey, that's a really cool app. And it's all about color theory and working with colors in your apps. And then finally, at 2 p.m. US Central Time, so 8 p.m. UK time, 7 p.m. GMT or UTC, work out what your event will be. We're going to have Bruno Fearens from TMS. He's going to do a live demo of taking an app from the VCL and converting it to a web app. Very, very good demonstrator is Bruno, and he will be live, and he can take as long as he likes to demo this because he will actually visually create a web app using RAD Studio. It's extremely powerful. I'm a very big fan of the web core framework. That is one of the things they'll be using, and also their FNC products as well. Anyway, that's it for now. We're going to start playing the next video, which is a replay of Monday's session from Richard Hatherall, empowering your apps with AWS. Speak to you later.
This is Empowering Your Apps with AWS. It's an introduction to Apcept AWS SDK for Delphi. I'm Richard Hatherall from Apcept. I am the author of the Apcept AWS SDK for Delphi. You may be aware of my open source project available on GitHub, Delphi WebMox. WebMox enables testing of HTTP client interactions with dUnitX. I'm also the author of Chat Health, a messaging platform that powers messaging services offered by the National Health Service in the UK. Let's quickly go over what we'll talk about in this session. First, we'll have a quick overview of what AWS is. Then we'll talk about what you'll need to make use of AWS. We'll look at a series of demos that I hope will inspire you to power up your applications with the services offered. We'll take a look at how you use it in its simplest forms. Then we'll have a walkthrough of the services currently supported by the Apcept AWS SDK. Then we'll have an overview of the general features that the SDK provides and see how it supports you in working with AWS. And last, we'll check out where you can get access to the AWS SDK. So, what is AWS? It's Amazon Web Services. It launched its first cloud service in 2004. It is the leading cloud platform. So that's all great, but what can I do with it? So you can deploy virtual infrastructure in the cloud as if it were your own. You can build from the network up, deploying virtual machines and connecting services to support your applications. You can also host an application. What I mean by that is you don't need to worry about the details of the network and other infrastructure. You can take an application you have developed and use a service to host that application, which takes care of all the details for you. What we're here to talk about, though, is how to empower your applications with the many powerful services offered by AWS. These services often encapsulate features too difficult for small developers to implement themselves. They offer opportunity to really boost your own application's functionality. So, what do I need? Well, you're going to need Delphi, of course, because it's an AWS SDK for Delphi, and that's what we're talking about. You're also going to need an Amazon Web Services account. And then you're going to need an SDK, and that's where Apcept comes in. So let's jump straight in and take a look at some demos. First, we'll take a look at Amazon Cognito. So Amazon Cognito is actually a collection of services for identity provision. So you've got user pools, which are an identity provider. That allows you to have a managed list of or directory of users for your applications. And there's identity pools, which are ways to take an identity from a signed-in user and assign credentials by federating those users' identities into the Amazon Web Services platform. Let's jump straight in and have a look at that. Okay, so jumping straight into the Cognito demo, if I run this, we'll see this form come up with a message saying guest user access. So this is actually loading from a document on Amazon S3, and I've been granted access to this object by Cognito's federated credentials. I'll quickly jump us into the Amazon Cognito console here and show you. So there's two sides to this. First of all, there's the user pool, and you can come in here and you can create a user pool, and you just run through a wizard and answer some questions, and you've got a new identity user pool, and the user pool is your directory of users. So if I look here in this user pool, I can see there are users that I've set up here. You can define groups, you can change the sign-in experience and sign-up experience for like self-service and things like that. You can change messages that go out to people at the appropriate times, and you can configure application integration, and we'll see more of this later. And there's advanced security and more advanced user pool properties as well. So this is how you configure your sign-in experience. And then there's the identity pool side. And the identity pool side, so if we look at this identity pool to go along with that, this is configured. If we go to user access, you can see I've configured this authenticated access here, which has a role that is granted to authenticated users. But I've also configured down the bottom here a guest user access, and this has a different role that is associated with it. So if people aren't signed in who are talking to this identity pool, they'll get permissions based on whatever is in this role. So this is what's happening. If we switch back now to our demo app here, we've fetched this document out of S3 based on the permissions granted to us from that identity pool. So if we sign in now and we use one of the users that was in the user pool associated with the identity pool, we can, if I remember the password correctly, there we go. So it's now issued me a different set of credentials, which has given me access to different resources. And in this case, I'm loading another document which has authenticated user access. If I want to, in fact, I'll show you this. So this is something to bear in mind if you are going to use this, because the user interface. So if I sign out again, that signs us out, returns us back to where we were. If I sign in, this user interface looks pretty blank and basic. This can all be customized with CSS, and you can add a logo into this grey panel here. So it doesn't have to look quite as dull as this, but because this is a web interface, if you configure your user pool with multi-factor authentication, you don't need to create any user interface to deal with that, or any logic in your application to deal with that. It all gets taken care of here, and I should point out that this is a T web browser effectively here that's embedded within this component. We have a component I'll show you in a second which actually encapsulates that, so it's not just a T web browser, because there's a bit more going on than that. But if I sign us back in, the reason I mention it's a web browser is because if I then so we're now authenticated, but if I close this and I rerun this application, and we've got guest user access apparently, but if I hit sign in now, we have authenticated user access, and I wasn't challenged for a username and password, and that's because the web session that Cognito has is still active, is still valid. So it just let me sign back in immediately without any more challenges, because it's under the that is web technology. So it's worth bearing in mind that you might, in some scenarios, you might want to have something to deal with that. Eventually, this web session will expire, and by default, a Cognito web session, I believe, is 1 hour long. So it's not indefinite. Let's sign back out here, and if I show you the authentication form. So on it there is this panel here which is a Cognito hosted UI, and it's got a series of options that you need to specify. It's got a domain, it's got a client ID, and it's got a client secret, and it's got a redirect URI. So they're the core things you need to set. There are some more options that you might need to set depending on your use case, but they're the key ones. And if we just have a look back in the if we go back to the user pool and we go back to the app integration section, you'll see that actually all these values are here. So Cognito domain, so that value there, you just copy that and you paste that onto the domain property. And if you go into the app client list, let's go into this one here, you have the client ID here, and you have a client secret here. Now, the client might not be a confidential client, it might be a public client, in which case you won't have a client secret. That's fine, you don't need to paste that in. And the other thing to note is you have there's a configured hosted UI callback URL. So this is important for the component. So you need to define a callback URL, typically as a custom URL scheme like this, myapp://demo, and you would take that value and you paste that into the redirect URI, and that's what the Cognito hosted UI component will be listening for to receive its authentication details. So that is Cognito. Very simple to set up and use in your Delphi application. There are a lot of advanced areas of the configuration on the Amazon side, but it's really trivial to integrate that with your Delphi apps. Next, we're going to take a look at Amazon Polly. Amazon Polly is Amazon's text-to-speech service. It allows you to provide it some text, and it will return you a file, an audio file that will play that text back. Okay, so let's take a look at this PollySpeak demo. This demonstrates AWS Polly, Amazon's text-to-speech engine. If I if I quickly run this, you'll see here, first thing we do is we ask it to load a list of the voices that we have access to, and you'll see there's a big long list here, voices with different characteristics, male, female, in lots of different languages. I'm going to select Matthew here, which is a US English male voice, and I'm going to just paste in some text here, and let's hear what it says.
Hello Dev Days of Summer 2024.
Okay, that was exactly as you'd expect. It's slightly robotic, but we can improve that. If you're prepared to spend a few fractions of pennies more, we can enable neural, and this enables the same voice. Not every voice supports neural, and if you select a voice in the list that doesn't, this option won't be here, or it'll be grayed out. But this voice does. So if we select neural, we can now hit speak again.
Hello Dev Days of Summer 2024.
And hopefully you heard that it was a bit more rounded out, a bit more natural, less robotic. If you need to control how it says the text with a bit more precision, then there's this option here, enable markup SSML. And the SSML is a speech markup language, and let's have a look. If I paste in something here, let's see this. This demonstrates what we're talking about. So you notice you have to put in these speak tags and things, but let's listen to this.
A bear walks into a bar and says, "I'll have a gin and tonic." The bartender looks at him and asks, "Why the big paws?" The bear replies, "I was born with them."
So I didn't necessarily give it the greatest joke, but it does demonstrate what I wanted to show here, which is if you need to insert things like pauses, you can do that with SSML. So that's the AWS Poly service running through our PolySpeak demo. This is a very simple demo. If we have a quick look in the speak action, you'll see what we do here is we have a request and a response, and we create a request, and we set a series of options on that request, and then we ask the Poly client to synthesize speech and return the response for us. And we say if the response is successful, we save the content of that to a file, and we ask then the media player here to load that file and play it. It's as simple as that. Next, we'll take a look at Amazon Textract. Amazon Textract is a service for extracting text out of images or documents. So you can provide it a photo, and if it can detect text in that, it will tell you what that text is and whereabouts in the image it is. Okay, this is the AWS Textract demo. Textract is for extracting text from image documents. If I quickly run this demo and show you how it works, we're going to open an image document. This is an image, a photo I took while I was in Schiphol Airport while traveling to Amsterdam for the Delphi Summit. And shout out to Marco and everyone else at GDK. Thank you, it was a great summit. If you didn't manage to make it there, I believe they are planning another for next year, so I hope to see you there. So anyway, if we hit detect document text here, we get a list of content it's managed to detect. So if we go to this top element here, you can see I use the information it returned to outline the information that it detected, and in this case on this item it's the page. It's detected a page of text here. And if I go down to the next one, taxi, it's hard to see, but that's actually detected that little taxi on the top of that icon. And then if I click taxi information, it's detected this line of text, taxi information, and so on throughout the document. So if I show you how that's done, it's super simple from an AWS point of view. Again, we use a textract client and request and response. So we create a request and we populate the document with a textract document from file, and we give it the input document file name, and then we ask the client, the textract client, to detect document text with that request, and we retrieve the response. And if the response is successful, we just set we have a property on this form called current blocks, and we set the blocks from the response onto that. And if I just go down here, you'll see that we have some code here. The more complex part of this code is actually using the response information to draw the polygons around the elements in the document. The AWS part of this is super simple. Okay, let's move on to Amazon Translate. Amazon Translate can take text from one language and translate it into another of Amazon supported languages. Let's take a look. Okay, so this is AWS Translate. So the Translate service does exactly as you would expect. We've all seen things like Google Translate. If you give it some text, and I've set the source language to auto, so hopefully it will detect that is French, and we get the English translation. Really simple. The languages here, we populate these lists from a request because the languages could potentially change from time to time as Amazon support more languages. So we query the service to say what languages do you support, and so we populate both of these lists. On the source though, we give this option of auto, which isn't obviously returned in the response, but it's a flag that you can set on the request when you do a translation. If you don't know what language you're coming from, if you specify auto, it will detect, and the response to that will then tell you what language it detected, which is how we set here in this display label the language code FR. Okay, now we'll move on to Amazon's Simple Storage Service, or S3. This is probably Amazon's most popular, most famous of its services. Let's take a look. Okay, so here on the S3 Explorer demo, it demos a number of features of the Amazon Simple Storage Service S3. If I quickly run this demo, let's have a look here. So it gives you an Explorer-like interface, and you can select from your available buckets. So I'm just going to choose this demo bucket here, and if I expand the paths here, we can see we've got a documents folder, an image folder, and an uploads folder. if I want to upload a new document here, so I'm going to, or an object in S3 terms, I'm going to select a file here. This video is just shy of 200 megabytes, and if I hit open, you'll see straight away that an upload progress happens. And if I just expand this up, you'll see it's reporting back status of not just one upload, it's doing multiple parts because the file exceeds the parameters that allow it to do a multi-part upload. And doing a multi-part upload increases your efficiency. So when you're operating in the cloud and you've got network connections to be concerned with, there are times that network connections are faulty. So something somewhere goes wrong and a request fails. But if you're uploading gigabytes of files, then if one of those parts fails, or if you're doing it as one big block, say you're uploading 100 gigabytes, then it would be very inefficient. You have to start again from the beginning. So as a multi-part, if one of these parts fails and you have an automatic retry policy enabled, then it will automatically retry the part individually. And as long as eventually that part succeeds, the whole upload succeeds. So you won't unnecessarily re-upload potentially many gigabytes of data that you don't need to. So if we have a quick look at this under the hood, there's quite a lot going on in the S3 Explorer demo. So I would say it's worth going and checking this demo out and looking at how to work with S3. S3 is one of Amazon's largest, oldest, and potentially most complex services to interact with. We help you out a great deal with utilities to simplify some of the tasks, like multi-part, and I'll show you how we do that now. So if I open the upload form and the form.file upload, and we go and look at the code in this, so this is the upload file function or procedure, and I'll just quickly point out that we run this I'll point out first that we're using a TS3 object. So we're not interacting with the client directly. We're not asking it directly to put an object somewhere. We are using TS3 object because it's one of our model objects that has some business logic embedded in it. It helps you access most of the functions that you would want relating to an object. So it represents, when you create an object, it represents an object in a bucket. So you give it the bucket that it's stored in, and you give it the key, which is effectively the path to the file or object, as I say in S3 terms, and you optionally give it a configured client. You don't have to give it a client. If you don't give it a client, it will construct one for you. But in this case, we hand it a client because we have one already configured for this application. So it's more efficient for us to use that client here. And then we use ttask to run the upload in a background thread, because a long-running function is going to block the main UI thread. So we put it in the background, and within the background thread, we ask the object to upload a file, and we give it the path of the file on disk that we want to upload, and we have a parameter here which is use temp files, and using temp files, if the file needs to be broken up into multi parts, because by default we don't break up every file. We only break them up based on some logic, which is by default it is files less than 100 meg don't need to be broken up. Once you're over 100 meg, they will be broken up into small chunks. And you can configure that in the SDK. There are ways to configure that, but one of the things you need to consider is whether you want to use temp files or not. If you're running on a platform that is constrained by memory or disk I/O, if you use temp files, it will break up the file into temporary files that will then be uploaded, and it will automatically clean those temporary files up for you at the end. Or if you don't want to use disk storage, and you have enough memory, obviously you wouldn't necessarily recommend it for super large files, but if you've got enough memory for the types of uploads you're going to be doing, you can set the use temp files to false, and it will just do it all in memory for you, saving you that disk bandwidth. And then we have a callback here, and the callback returns to us the status of each part as it's happening. The upload file will automatically asynchronously break up the list of parts, and it will, depending on the resources, how many CPUs and so on you have, or how many cores on your CPU you have, it will only upload based on what resources you have available. But those parts are going to report back their status asynchronously, which is why we then have to, in this, we queue back, because we're going to update the user interface here. We use tthread to queue back the update to the user interface, which is where we have these functions here to upload to update the part progress. And I won't show you the details of that because it's just it's regular Delphi user interface code. So basically, by the end of this upload file procedure, it will have uploaded the file. If everything worked, it will have uploaded the file, and it will have automatically cleaned up the any temporary files and things like that it needed to do as a part of that process. Like I say, there are multiple areas in the SDK where we provide these convenience routines, and while there's also business logic here that you might maybe think, oh well, I don't really want to actually break up. Maybe I'm happy to not break up files up to, I don't know, 250 meg, 500 meg or something. We have super fast connections these days. You think maybe that's okay. There are ways to configure all of these parameters. I won't go into those details right here, but you can set your own parameters for these things. Okay, and now let's put it all together. We'll take a look at a demo called Read What You See. Okay, so we've seen the services demoed individually, but let's now take a look at Read What You See, which is a demo which shows putting together multiple services to make some functionality that is greater than the sum of the parts. So if we run this demo, and I'm going to open a file, and I'm going to open one of the demo images from that I used for Textract, but I'm going to open, instead of in English, I'm going to open the same display information in a different language. So I don't understand this language, of course. So this app I've made allows me to click on parts of the image, and it's going to translate and read it to me. So if I click here,
taxi information.
So it's use textract to detect all of the image text, and when I click on the image,
trip to Amsterdam city centre.
It says what was the image, what was the text at the coordinates where I clicked the image, and it takes that and it uploads it to translate, and it translates to the whichever language I've selected here, and then once it gets a response from translate, it sends that content, the translated text, up to AWS Poly, which will generate text to speech, which returns me an MP3 file, which I then play out. So I can click away to my heart's content, and I can understand what this sign is telling me here.
Trip takes.
Nice.
25 minutes. Place 4. 1 to 7 people with luggage.
Excellent. That's all I need to know. So that was read what you see. So go and check out the code from the samples repository. To make this easier for you, I broke all of this code up into 3 data modules. So the main form calls each function in turn at the appropriate moment, and you've got 3 data modules. You've got the first thing is the text extraction data module, and this, if you look at the code here, it has all of the functions used by the app for extracting text and finding out, selecting text at a given point. And then, so not text to speech. Let's have a look at the translate next. So on the translate, we have a set of functions that are needed for actually performing the translation. And on the text to speech, we have some functions here, some properties and functions to convert text to speech. So you can go and look in the demo repository and check out how all of this is working. But yeah, there you go. That's read what you see. Okay, so we've seen these demos, and you've seen some of the code in these demos. But let's just take a quick breakdown of how do I actually use it. So we have a listing of code here called list S3 buckets. It's a console application, and it replicates the functionality of one of AWS's command line utilities. So if you had the AWS command line utilities installed, if you typed AWS S3 LS, it would list out the buckets that your account has access to. And we replicate that here. So on line 9, you will see the first thing we do is we add a service unit to the users clause. So this is the same for all of the services. It's the same pattern. So it's AWS dot the service name, in this case S3, but it could be AWS dot Poly for the Poly text to speech engine. And then down on line 14, we are defining a variable for an interface to the S3 client. So this is IS3 client in this case. If it was Poly, it would be the same naming convention. It would be iPoly client. Then down on line 19, we're assigning that variable an instance of the TS3 client. So that's the actual class that's going to talk to S3 for us. In this case, we're not providing anything, any more details to it, so it's configured entirely as default. And then on line 22, we are asking the S3 client to list the buckets. and we're assigning the result of that to a response variable. On line 25, we just iterate over the bucket names that were returned in that response, and we are outputting them to the console. And it's worth mentioning as well, we have scoped exceptions. So down on line 14, you see that we catch specifically the ES3 exception, which is catching all S3 related exceptions within the application. We're not doing anything particularly special with it here. It's just here to demonstrate that you can do that. And the output of this is effectively identical to the output that you would see from AWS's own command line utility. So now you've seen how to use it, let's have a look at the supported services. So in the application integration category, we have Amazon Simple Notification Service. SNS, as it's known for short, is a really simple service that allows you to have one interface for talking, for delivering notifications to your applications wherever they may be, and that can include the mobile push notification services that you typically use on iOS and Android. So that's Apple Push Notification Service, that's Firebase cloud messaging, and other push notification services, as well as delivering push notifications to other mechanisms such as HTTP endpoints and so on. So we offer support for that. The other service in this category is the Simple Queue service. So SQS allows you to push payloads into a queue. So if you want to have a background job do something in the cloud that you're going to have a program somewhere else, if you actually consume and do the work for you, you can use SQS to just feed the job data into a queue and then have it consumed elsewhere. Then if we have a look at the business applications category, we support the Simple Email Service, SES. This actually allows you to send and receive messages, but typically as application developers, we're normally mostly interested in the ability to send emails. So that might be marketing emails, or it might be transactional emails like like welcome messages to your new application account, things like that. In the cryptography and PKI category, we support the AWS Key Management Service. On its own is not that interesting, but combined with other services that have cryptographic features, it's a useful service to have access to. Then in machine learning category, we have a series of services. We have the Poly text-to-speech service, which we've already seen in action. We have the Textract service, which again you've seen extract text from image documents. We have Transcribe, which is a service for transcribing audio tracks into text. And we have Amazon Translate, which is their translation service. Then under security, identity and compliance, we have Amazon Cognito. You've seen two of those services within Cognito, user pools and identity pools. There is actually a third service as well, which is Cognito Sync, which is for taking small data associated with a user identity. So you can then like say, for example, synchronize user preferences across devices. We also have the AWS Secrets Manager. So and most applications these days at some point need to store some secrets, whether that's passwords or other sensitive information. So you can use the Secrets Manager to securely store those bits of information. You can also use the AWS Security Token service, which most of the time isn't directly interacted with. It's used all of the time in the AWS SDK. It provides facilities such as the ability to assume roles, allowing your user to behave as a different user, which isn't necessarily needed to be directly interacted with, but it can do that for you in a number of scenarios. You can, of course, choose to interact directly if you have a more advanced use case. And then we've got the storage category. We support the Amazon Simple Storage service, which allows you to store huge amounts of data on a very resilient, reliable platform, globally distributed as well. So let's have a look at the features that the SDK provides. First of all, I should mention it's built on top of the system.net.http client, which is Delphi's core built-in HTTP client. And that's important because that means it's compatible with all Delphi supported target platforms. So whether you're on Windows, Linux, Mac, iOS, Android, the SDK can work for you there. We provide direct mappings of all features for implemented services. So all of the services that we have implemented are, when we deliver them, they are feature complete. Obviously, AWS is a moving target. They add new features from time to time. Things change. We try and keep up with that, but it's a very large platform. So if you ever notice there's a discrepancy when something missing, or ping us an email and we will try and get that updated. But we do try and stay on top of that. So we honor the AWS configuration. So Amazon Web Services own tools. So whether it's a command line tool or whether it's their own SDKs, they have a standard way to configure those tools, and it's consistent across all of their tools. So we work in the same way. We load that same configuration data, whether it's from shared files in the common AWS locations, whether that's through environment variables. So if you've got a task that's running on an EC2 instance or a Docker task running on ECS, you will often find applications being configured through environment variables. We support that. We also support the platform services that Amazon supports. So if you're deployed on EC2, there are platform services that provide credential information to your application at runtime, which means you don't have to bake in credentials into your actual application. You can dynamically load them in. We have automatic credential resolution, just as I mentioned. We look in all of the typical places for your credentials and load them as appropriate. We automatically refresh those credentials as well, because credentials are not typically long life on AWS. They normally are short life with an ability to refresh as long as the conditions are met for refreshing. We have scoped exceptions, which means if you are working with a handful of services but you want to respond to different service errors in different ways, like you need to handle, say, errors that came from S3 in one way but errors that came from, say, translate in a different way, then we provide scoped exceptions so you can catch those specific categories or down to the specific error that you're looking for. We do have automatic retries based on policy. So this is a thing that is typical, or it is common of Amazon's own SDKs. There are configuration settings that define how your retries should be performed, and on retriable errors we will honor that same configuration within the SDK. We have convenient utility classes that help you to do things like perform complex or asynchronous actions, things that are sometimes a little bit too much work for like a one-line interaction. We've made utilities to help, and you've already seen that in the S3 Explorer demo earlier, which made use of the S3 model objects, which use under the hood. They use utilities like the S3 uploader class, which takes care of multi-part uploading. So that's doing an upload with lots of requests under the hood. So it takes care of all of those details for you. Also, there are times where you need to build complex data structures, like in Amazon's identity and access management. Permissions are granted to users and roles and groups and so on through a JSON structure, an IAM policy document, and we provide utility classes to help you build that up in Pascal without having to directly interact with the JSON. We have IDE integrated AWS configuration manager. So under the tools options, under the third party section, there is an Accept AWS SDK, and that will give you access to your AWS configuration on your machine, which allows you to define profiles and be able to switch between profiles within the IDE. So you can also then debug your application with different profiles. So if you wanted to test your application with a profile that doesn't have access to certain services or has only limited access in a particular area, then you can define different profiles to help you conveniently switch. We also have IDE integrated help. So anywhere you see one of the symbols from the SDK, you can highlight it and hit F1 and get help on that particular feature. We also provide components for FMX and VCL. You would have seen earlier the Cognito hosted UI components. We've got more in the pipeline for this. So you've seen what we offer now, and you may be interested in getting the SDK. And those of you with an active Embarcadero Delphi or RAD Studio Enterprise or Architect subscription may be pleased to find that you can already get it through Get It. So go check out the Get It package manager, and you should see the Accept AWS SDK there available for you. There are also standard and professional editions coming soon. For those who don't have that subscription. It's very nearly ready for release. Stay tuned for news. And if you want to register your interest, you can pop over to our website, www.appsep.com. Go and register your interest, and when we make these new editions available, we will send an email out to you. So that was empowering your apps with AWS. There are some details here if you want to get in touch with us, and there is a GitHub link there that gives you access to all of the samples that you've seen today in this talk, and some more as well. So go and check those out. Have a play around. I hope you enjoy working with the SDK. Thank you.
Well, fantastic. That was a replay, just in case you're confused. A few people said, hey, I thought I saw this yesterday. I actually saw it on Monday. Today's Wednesday, if you're watching the replay. And we decided that we'd play it again because we had a gap, a lot of shuffling around the sessions and things like that. If you've gone to the website, you'll know that because the website has just given up on the schedule. I don't know what's going on. I'm hoping that we've got the next next guest lined up because he's going to be doing a live demo. I'm going to pull up his caption whilst we get some things ready. We have a short video first, I think, that talks about his product, and then we are going to have him joining live. Good. Okay, so I do see that we've got the video loaded. Let me just see what we've got here because yeah, okay, so the next session is going to be this. It is a product demo and showcase of a Delphi app. So it's written using RAD Studio and specifically with Delphi, the programming language. And I guess has turned up good. It's always a little bit kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Shaky when you're organizing so many sessions. We've got, I don't know, like 40 odd sessions or something like that. Various people, joining us live on the chat and things like that. I do try and say hello to everybody and interact with you. That is partly my role. But also we've got videos to wrangle, and some of those are gigabytes long and things like that. And Erwin is going to be joining us live after our very short demo. So the first video is quite short. It's only 17 minutes long. Once that's finished, Erwin is then going to actually do a live discussion of his app and show us some stuff. So he'll be joining us live in the studio. But for now, we're going to go to his pre-recorded section. We'll speak to you later.
Hello, everyone. I'm Erwin Denissen, and I'm excited to share with you how I created a font editor using Delphi. My journey with Delphi began back in 1995 during an internship as part of my studies. I developed an interactive multimedia system using the first version of Delphi. I already had some experience with Object Pascal, so working with Delphi was a fantastic experience for me. In 1997, during my final internship, I took it on a challenge of developing a font editor using Delphi. This project eventually became Font Creator, and over the years I continued to improve and expand it as I progressed my career. For a long time, Font Creator was only available for Windows, but I'm thrilled to announce that I've recently implemented a version that runs on Mac. Creating the Mac version, of course using the FMX framework, brought its own set of challenges. But when you consider that I spent 25 years developing the Windows version, taking just 2 years to build the Mac version is quite an achievement. I aimed to use as many standard components as possible, but I ended up using some third-party components as well. Additionally, I made a few modifications to a limited number of standard FMX units to achieve specific functionalities. Font Creator for Mac is currently in the beta phase, with the official release planned next month. So stay tuned, go visit my website and download and try the software if you like. When I decided to build a Mac version 2 years ago, I explored the possibility of adding localization. However, with TLang deprecated and no straightforward solutions available, I had to put this feature on hold. About a month ago, I revisited the idea and after some research and development realized there still wasn't an out-of-the-box solution. So I developed a custom language manager. As a result, the Mac Edition's user interface is now available in over 10 languages. This feature may also be added to the Windows version in the future. I added support for light and dark themes, partly based on a blog post from Ian Barker. Thank you for making all those great blog posts, they really help. I almost forgot to say that the glyph editing pane box was already implemented, as I also use FMX based code on the Windows edition. I will now demonstrate Font Creator, starting with the Windows version. After that I'll showcase the beta version of the Mac edition. Although it's not intended for release, I also demonstrate how the Mac version runs on Windows, as that's been my primary platform for testing. You'll notice some differences between the VCL and FMX versions, since not all VCL components are direct equivalent. There are not always direct equivalents in FMX. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the demo. Well, let's start with the Windows version. I develop on a high DPI screen, so you will see this slightly smaller than you would expect it to be. This is the main form with the menu, toolbars, dockable panels, and when you open a font, it will open this window, and inside it you can see there will be frames added when I run it. This is how the Windows version starts, with all the menus, the toolbars, all the panels are already available. And then you can either create a new font or open an existing one and edit it to your liking. This is Bahnschrift, it's a very known font on Windows. It's a variable font, which means that you can use sliders to change specific axis values, so the glyph outlines will actually change within a specific design space. You can make it the weight, you can make it bolder, or for example with this font you can change the width. The characters are made out of outlines, and those are contours with either lines or segments or a combination of them. You can change the outline, and then you will also see the result within a preview. These variations are actually interpolated, so there are several instances and all the variations in between are calculated based on the master files. It has full undo redo capabilities. A font, especially complex fonts like Arabic or Hebrew, also have a lot of OpenType layout features to make the font work. This example also has a lot of such features, but mainly for Latin. There is a compiler which allows you to edit the OpenType layout features. These features are actually decompiled from the original font. And well, if you ever designed a font, you might be familiar with this. This component uses code formatting in the text. The FMX version currently has not such support. Maybe we can add it in the future, but right now there is no good component available for this. This is not a deal breaker, but well, some things are different compared to the Windows and the Mac edition. There is a font properties panel where you can define your access, your masters and your instances. This is all exported into the font, so when the font is installed, this will actually be used by either Windows or your Mac or Linux, or well, you can install fonts almost everywhere nowadays. I will now show you the Mac version, and I will run it, as I told you, on Windows, because that's just so more easier to do. And of course, occasionally I test on the Mac as well to confirm that the things actually work the way as intended, because sometimes, well, the Windows and Mac edition do have some differences. This is how the Mac version starts. It starts slightly different because on a Mac it always shows a main menu at the top of your screen, and well, you can either start by making a new font, open a font file, or open an installed font. The open installed font will show you all the available fonts on your system. In this case on Windows, so we can open GUI, Bold for example. And we can also, well, open recent Bahnschrift, the same one as we opened in the Windows edition. You will see it will come in two different forms, while the Windows version is still open here. When I open the installed fonts dialog, which almost shows exactly the same as the FMX version. Not sure if you could see it because, well, so on the Mac this menu is always on top. This is the Mac version, and this is the Windows version. I'll open GUI Bold as well here. And you will see it will just open in another tab. So this is a design decision. Here all the fonts and all the glyphs that you open for editing will be added to a tab bar. While for the Mac version, all the fonts will have their own dialog, and when you start editing a glyph, it will open a tab. So as I told you before, the component to edit the glyphs is based on the same code, and it uses FMX code because it has better rendering capabilities than the good old VCL based graphics module. So because I already implemented this, it's really speed up the development of this part of the program. You can see the code for the glyphs editing. You see some code commented out because, well, there's still some test code inside and some comments. But this is just, well, 1300 lines of code, and all the main code is just shared among the Windows edition and the Mac edition. So if I improve parts of the code for editing these outlines, then when I recompile the Windows and the Mac version, they will both include the same changes. I can show you language support, as I told you. You can instantly change the language and it will adapt to all the forms and labels that are available and marked to support the localization. For example, Dutch, which is my native language. You have to close the options dialog here, and then you can also see that some parts of the user interface, like color, kleur, they have changed. Also other forms like the validation form is now in Dutch. You see this one needs some improvement because I could change that line to support localization as well. On the Mac, when you open a modal form, when you show a modal, you can still click on the main menu. This is not possible on the Windows, so there are some differences that you have to keep in mind, and which changes the way you sometimes think about how a program should work. So in this case, when you open a modal form, you should disable all these menu items. So on the Mac you will obviously see that you can no longer select them while a modal form is staying on top. You can't test this on Windows because, well, you literally can't select the main menu right now because, well, you have a modal form on top. On the Mac, the main menu is always available. So you can test this on the Mac. I hope to have some time after this pre-recorded video to show you how it shows and works on the Mac version. This is just pre-recorded on Windows. The way I have implemented the language feature is it just runs while running in debug mode. It runs and detects when it's when you open a form, and it sees which components are potential candidates for translation. It will collect them all and put them in one main file, in an XML file, and from there it generates files for all your localizations. So one file for English, one for Dutch, one for French, and one for German, etc. And if you want to include more languages, then you just add another line to tell it should also support another language. And from there it will see if there are already translations available for some parts of the user interface, and all the ones that are still missing will be generated in a separate file for each language, and then you can just do the translations, which is actually pretty easy to do right now, because, well, there are a lot of AI tools that will help you with automating that process. This is the demo for now, right? I hope to have some time left for Q&A. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, and well.
Whoops. Double clicked the go live button. Fantastic demo, and people showing some real love for it as well in the chat. So I'm really pleased about that. And actually, we have Erwin joining us live, who's going to talk some more about it and screen share. Let's just make your screen go on like this. There you go, side by side. Hello, Erwin. How are you? Oh, we can't hear you. Let me just make sure we've muted you.
Okay. Hello.
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Great. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, he was chatting in the background. We have a backstage area that has a kind of private chat, and he was saying, I don't know which bits work where, and it's exactly the problem I have. As you can imagine, I have all sorts of cameras and videos and things like that going. I don't know. It's just life is too complicated once you get to a certain age. Don't you agree? Yeah. So, okay, let me just. I just want to, before we go into your demo, I just want to show you some of the comments, because this was the first thing that Zoe said, which is, this guy's given me goosebumps. Okay, it's spelled goose, kind of in a novel way, but you know, I don't know whether this translates to other people that are watching, because not all languages use that phrase, but it's where the skin on, you know, on your arms or whatever sticks up, and it's a good thing. It means, wow, it's really cool. And Zoe then went on to say, it feels like all the great things that I've done with Delphi was just gameplay, looking at this font creator project. Well, I think you got a fan there.
Right. Yeah, wow. Well, it took me 25 years, so.
Oh, right, really? Okay, well, I wasn't quite sure how long. And it's FireMonkey you've used as well in the project, because that's so you can do the cross-platform stuff. Is that right?
Yes, I initially developed it, well, running on Windows, because, well, I think 27 years ago, 28 years ago, everybody uses a Windows machine. Mac was almost vanished, and well, it was a good thing that Delphi started with Windows, of course. And then I developed the font editor and continued to improve it till I came to the point that, well, the Windows version it's never finished, but anyway, there was a good base, and all the functionality that I wanted to implement was there. And then it was time to move on to the Mac, and I also thought that FireMonkey was mature enough to go that route 2 years ago. So.
Yeah, and you know, I always say about programming, a good program is like a work of art, like a painting. You never finish it, you just abandon it. Because I'm sure Leonardo da Vinci and all the rest of it went, you know what, that'll do. Because otherwise you can keep, you know, tweaking this bit here, tweaking there. Eventually you just have to say, I'm going to have to walk away and live with it as it is, and that's fine. I mean, I saw your product, and I forget how it came to my attention. I think someone emailed me and said, hey, this is a really good tool. And then we got in touch and talked to you and said, hey, we'd like to talk some more about this because it's really good. So you want to do a demo of some other stuff now, is that right? And I did just explain to the audience that are watching, this is Erwin's first time on this platform. And first of all, he did a great demo. Second, he's do something live. And thirdly, he's actually sharing his Mac screen as well. So are you able to share your screen? I hope producer Martha is in the background, because even I'm not sure how you do 3 at once. I think if you share your screen on your Mac, there's like a button that's got a plus on it. You can click on that, and then it says screen share, and then you pick the screen that you want to share, and then I should see it on my preview. Everybody talk amongst yourselves whilst we do this. It should allow you to just share your screen. It's like a plus button, I think, or it might be, I think you can press H. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. When Dennis shared his screen, there you go. Okay, so I think now if I do this, we're going to have you in 2 places. So I'm going to turn your camera off here. I think if you need to turn your camera off on your Windows thing. Okay, cool. And then I'm going to turn my camera off so that I'm not there, but we can still talk. Okay, so you're going to do a demo. Is that how you're going to demo it, like that? Have we got it set up properly?
Yeah, this is fine. I'm just not as used to a Mac as I'm used to a Windows machine.
That's exactly the problem I have. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll let you drive when you finished. If you just let me know, because with the live demo, I don't know when you're actually coming to an end. But go for it.
Yeah. Well, I have already deployed my Mac version to this Mac, and now I'm starting it. I hope you can see it. It's now in the background. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we can see it fine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can start a new font or open an existing one or see the installed fonts on the Mac. I also showed this in my introduction 20 minutes ago, I think. You can search for fonts, and when you have found one, you can open it and you can start editing it. You see most of the screen is equal to the Windows version. There are some little changes, but it's mostly the same version. And when you edit a font, let me just open a nice one. This glyph, for example, then you can start panning, zooming. You can't see my hands, but well, I'm using the trackpad. I think that's how it's called. And then you can start editing your glyph outlines to your liking.
Wow, fantastic.
This whole painting area is actually totally reused from the Windows version, because while a couple of years ago I was also working on improving this part on the Windows version, and then I found out that the FireMonkey paint options for DirectX and all other, well, painting options for drawing curves and beiges, lines, contours was way more better with the FMX version, the canvas actually. So I decided to implement that and integrate it into the Windows version.
That's outstanding. Do you use, I did ask this in the chat and we didn't get around to answering it. Do you actually use Skier at all, or do you not use any of the Skier functions?
No, I've looked into them, but since I already implemented a lot of functionality myself, there was no use for me to use it right now. But I've seen some interesting things that I might use in the future.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of Skier, but used in the right way. I think sometimes people just go crazy, and I'm just going to block someone who's spamming our forum there. There you go. That's them gone. Yeah, I mean, Skier is very powerful. I think in your case, you're actually reading the font files and decoding them, aren't you? You're not just like loading a font in like most people do in Windows or Mac, but you're actually reading that font format and then handling it like almost like a database of data rather than a font. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I do. I decompile the font and I try to maintain as much of the original data as possible. So there's some basic information in the font, like the name of the font, the version, a copyright, a naming field, trademark, the vendor or the designer. With the variable font, you also have access, masters, instances to be able to interpolate between the different outlines of a glyph. And one of the other important parts is the the OpenType layout features within a font. Especially for complex scripts like Hebrew and Arabic, this is very important. But as you can see, there are also a lot of OpenType layout features defined in this particular font. And I can also, I've decompiled those and I can put them back into a script. It's a sort of code, but for OpenType fonts. And then you can compile it back into the binary format for your font. So this is all available within the font. It's decompiled.
That's amazing. How did you learn about using this? Because I know my daughter is a graphic designer and went to do an awful lot of stuff to do with font handling and things like that. You know, that kind of typography theory and all those kind of things. Was it something that you already knew, or did you teach yourself about it? Or, I mean, how did you get to the point where you went, you know what, I'm going to write a font app?
Well, it's a really long story. I'm not sure. I have a little book here. Yeah. Well, I first started writing code when I.
This camera. Other camera. Turn to your right. Turn to your right. Keep going. Oh, this way. You'll see. There you go. Oh, it's mirrored, but that's fine.
Because there's a camera on the Mac, not on my Windows.
I know. Yeah, I get it. This is the problem I have sometimes. When I want to point at things, I can't point in the right place.
So one of the things about the Robo Shrift, the Robo font, and you could type this code, and then you had your own font in the end.
Right. Yeah, that's some pretty incredible stuff.
So that was my first coding back in long time ago, and then I started developing first in Pascal, and then in Object Pascal, and then Delphi.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's so many people that used to use Object Pascal. Turbo Pascal was the one where I think even Elon Musk, when he was asked about which language do you prefer, Elon Musk actually replied to that and said, Turbo Pascal. I'm like, wow, we didn't even pay him. The richest guy in the world said Turbo Pascal. But yeah, it was extremely popular back in the day. And of course, we're lucky to stand on the shoulders of that legacy. But the things it can do, even back in those days, and the compiler and the IDE was very basic, but did a good job. But I think, as I said with the chat and all the rest of it, so many people are blown away by what you've done. Your app is really quite incredible. And like where you're dragging those paths and all the rest of it, I think is extremely clever. It's obvious that you've put so much work into it and effort.
Well, if you're a designer, you can make really nice things. I'm just not that creative, but it's now converted back to contours, to lines and Bezier curves.
That's really quite amazing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to wrangle my dog. One of my dogs in the background doesn't like slippy floors, okay? And come on, off you go. and my office floor is one of these tiled things, and so she will not walk on it at all. So I have to put there you go. See, now I've got her out of the office, and I can actually go back to being a professional host and not a crazy person who makes weird noises. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I have a little bit of a kind of inside view on font handling, because years ago, and I mean like 97 or 1997 or something like that, I used to work for a software house that did a lot of desktop publishing software and things like that. But they also did, these CDs of various pieces of software. And one of the projects I worked on was a font handling piece of software. But all it did was just curate the fonts. So they were ready-made fonts. And what you could do was you could see the previews come up of what the font face looked like. And then if you clicked on it, it would install the font and Windows. And funnily enough, it was written in Delphi. So, and I know it was written in Delphi because I wrote it. But I didn't do anything clever like disassembling the font and working on it. But it basically had like a tiled view that you could, see the previews of the fonts and then click on them and things like that. But it was extremely popular. If you bought a Canon printer back in the 90s, and they started doing laser printers and things like that, a CD came with it of software, and free software, and one of them was the font handling software. So I know that what you're doing is rocket science stuff, so let's put it that way. It's difficult. What you're doing is not easy, and the quality of the craftsmanship that you put into your code, I mean, look at that font there with all those flowers on and things like that. It's absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, this is actually a color font. It's not made by me, but some really creative guy from the Netherlands. And yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff with fonts. But you were talking about a font. Well, a font tool you made. We actually also have a font manager, and because, well, I've built all the technology to support the rendering and the shaping of the fonts and the text. It's also very unique that the font manager is able to also preview your fonts with the variable font technology, because currently the best tools that can use the variable fonts are actually web browsers. So funny. Desktop applications have less support for variable fonts. Yeah. So it's
funny. I mean, web browsers have influenced our technology so much, really, over the years. And of course, it never occurred to me, of course, that fonts would actually progress a little bit more with the advent of the World Wide Web and font and browsers, web browsers.
Yeah. For example, you can start testing your font within the web browser. I'm just exporting it right now, and now you have it in your web browser.
Right.
And then you can test it the way you want with all the features inside it.
Are people able to create their own handwriting fonts and things like that? Because I've seen, a few things along those lines.
Yeah. Actually, people used to do that. It was very popular 20 years ago. A lot of people didn't have an iPad. It didn't exist. So they were all, busy on their desktop PC doing stuff. And more actively, now people are more watching or clicking, buying, and reading. But back in those days, a lot of people made their own custom handwriting fonts. Today there are also handwriting fonts. For example, this one. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I like it.
Without the OpenType shaping, it would look like this. So there is built-in OpenType feature support to make sure that it's all connected.
That's very clever. And that's what helps make it look more natural, of course, rather than, you know, a bunch of bitmaps that people plonk on the screen. Yeah, it's impressive. And I mean, you know, as I say, having a little bit of background about fonts. I mean, I'm a font nerd myself. I love fonts, and I think that, you know, typography is something that people should go and learn, because if you're a software developer and you learn a bit about how typography works, things like which fonts can, you know, go together. There's a lot of really great websites out there that have pre-matched fonts together. An app like yours can help them also create their own fonts that are completely tuned to what they want. You know, if you want a futuristic font, but you don't like the way an A looks or something like that in a font, then they can go ahead and tweak it. I mean, there are obviously copyright considerations, because, you know, some of these font foundries.
There are also a lot of open type fonts today, especially meant for the web. So there's still a lot of commercial fonts, and they continue to make wonderful, beautiful, creative fonts that are still bought, because a lot of designers want to use new fonts, not the same fonts. They want to be outstanding, and yeah, well, that's
right. Yeah, unique, basically, to stand out from the crowd. Yeah, and also, I mean, for things like sign writers and also company logos, you know, Embarcadero's main logo is, of course, you know, mainly text. And in fact, when you think about quite a few of them, you know, Tesla is a T, okay, but generally when you get letterheads and you know, PDF documents and things like that, you want there to be an overall look and feel to what you output. And as I said in the introduction, it's not just your app, which is great, but if people go to your website, and actually I'm going to put the QR code out, it's going to obscure part of your site, you'll be part of your app, but you'll be fine. But if people scan that QR code, and it will take them directly to your website. The thing that stood out for me once I looked at you know, your product, was that your website itself is also absolutely gorgeous as well. So, you know, it's a good job. You know, I mean, I know a good thing when I see it. I've been a developer for nearly 40 years. In fact, probably, yeah, 40 years, I think now. I'm older than I look. And although most people look at my haircut and realize how old I am, but you know, I see a lot of apps, and obviously in the role as a developer advocate, I deal with developers day in, day out. I meet them at events. I talk to people like yourself when I'm hosting. But I have to say, you know, I was very pleased to see your product, pleased to see your website, because it's an entire package where, you know, I used to be a professional poet back in the day, and we always used to say amongst poets, I know I've had a weird life. I used to be DJ as well at one point, but we always used to say, if you read someone's poems, you get a picture of the inside of their mind, because poetry is really about expressing what's inside your head into words. Well, you know what? The same is very true of your website there and your code. I think if you read another developer's code, you get a picture of what is going on inside their head, and sometimes not so great picture, because you read someone's code and think, oh no, oh no. But other times you look at it and go, oh wow, you know. And I think, you know, I don't want to big you up too much, because otherwise your head will explode. But you know. I really admire what you've done. I think your website is fantastic. It's gorgeous. I think your app is really well done. I think it's a good showcase for you, but also Embarcadero, it's a good showcase for us about what can be done. And the fact that you picked FireMonkey, you know, to do the cross-platform version really says a lot, because as you said, you can do a lot more with the paths in FireMonkey. Some developers say, oh no, I prefer VCL and I want to do, you know, Windows apps. But actually FireMonkey allows you to do this, which is to create a Mac app, and it works. And it works well. You know, it looks like your app is performant. and all the controls are Mac friendly. They're not, Windows shoehorned together. So I think it's great. It's really good. What did you find any particular challenges with going from Windows apps to a Mac app? What was the thing? Was there do you use a Mac more than a Windows PC, or is Windows PC like your tool of choice?
Actually, I don't even own a Mac. This is not my Mac. But
oh. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, I'm a Windows addict, and I still keep thinking like a Windows person, and no, the Mac is not my thing. So right now I'm within the beta phase, and it's very important that my testers give feedback about what is intuitive about the Mac version, because well, it should not be a Windows program that runs on Mac. But well, that's my challenge.
Well, I absolutely agree. I think you're right there. It's like when people say, I'm going to take my app, and we've got a presentation later from Bruno Fierens from TMS, and he's going to be demonstrating taking a VCL app and converting it to a web app. But it's the same principle. If you take a Windows desktop app and try and make it into a web app, it's going to look okay in the sense that it looks like a desktop app running in the browser, but that doesn't make it a good web app always. And there are compromises that you have to do. And it's the same thing like you say, we're taking a Windows app and then making a Mac app. You can't really always make that work without some changes, without some compromise leading towards what can be done with the Mac, because the Mac is a very specific look and feel. And you don't want Mac users thinking, well, this app doesn't work, when in fact it's just that you haven't adopted the Mac way of doing things in certain places. So
there are also challenges on the Windows platform, but on the Mac there are just some different challenges. So it's not really harder, but it's just you can't just make a copy of your software and then think it runs. It's the basics from FMX, and the platform is really amazing, but then you have to fine tune it to make it your own, and that's sometimes challenging, but it's also a lot of fun, and you learn new things. For example, the main menu, all the items should be disabled while you have a modal form like now. Because right now you can't you can't select anything, so you have to disable them. On a Windows machine, you can't even click on the main menu when you have a modal form. So that's something really
it's
different.
A subtle difference, isn't it? But it is an important one, and I think again it just goes back to the level of attention to detail that you've put into it. I think that and it's even more amazing when you say you don't have your own Mac, because that's absolutely incredible. I mean, is that someone else's Mac, or is that a Mac in cloud or something like that, a cloud-based Mac?
It's a Mac from my girlfriend, actually. So
okay.
Kind enough to allow me to work on it. But basically,
I tell people this,
I think more than 95% of my development time is spent on Windows, because I develop it there. I can test mainly on Windows, and only some specific things then I need to test, like the menu thing. That's different from the Windows version.
That's incredible. It bears out what I say, which is the same thing. I always say to people, you don't have to have a Mac, but you do need access to one. Because first of all, as you know, in order to actually create the Mac app, you've actually got to get access to a Mac at some point, because that's how Apple make their money. You can't just bundle it and expect it to work. No, you've got to actually use a Mac. But it doesn't have to be your Mac. As long as you've got PA server running on it, you can compile and test that way. but also, as you're doing, you can remote into it and access it that way. So it's very, very useful. We're getting short on time, which is a good thing. I've got a few questions that I'd like to put up. So let me just go through them, because we've got a few people. Right, so Patrick Prematum, who is our Spirit of Delphi Award winner and a very active MVP, says Font Creator works with OpenType, TrueType, Web Open font format, and he also says, can we export letters or fonts as SVG too?
You can export them individually. So you can, for example, select I have to obviously close this one. You can select your contours, and then you can copy and you can paste in Clipboard as SVG right now, and then you can paste it back into any other software that supports SVG. You can copy back. I don't have some other.
No, that's fine. I mean, you've answered the question. The answer is yes, you can. It's definitely pretty incredible. And Terry says he's curious about the use of FMX code for the font editor for both versions. What were the challenges with this? I recall about reading about embedding FMX in VCL or vice versa, but never looked into that. I don't think you do that. I think when I saw your code, it looked like it was a pure FMX app. It wasn't, VCL with FMX bolted in or the other way around. It was.
The Mac version is fully FMX, and of course, and the Windows version uses the canvas of the FMX platform to display this this area where you edit your glyphs, and also to show the text here.
Right.
So at specific parts, it is FMX based software that I already integrated into the Windows version, which was beautiful because that speeds up the development of the Mac version, of course.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, like I say, I talk to lots of developers, and I see lots of products. I mean, I saw one in Amsterdam that was amazing. The guy was controlling he lived in an apartment block, I think, and he was controlling his house with a little app on his phone, and it was a FireMonkey app, and it was all in 3D. And I said to him, wow, I mean, I would have had like a panel of buttons that I could turn lights on and off. But he had Raspberry Pis on each floor of the apartment block, and he was controlling it with REST interface and this really incredible 3D FireMonkey app. And I just, every time I see a developer like yourself and this guy, I'm like, oh, wow. I mean, I just think that it bears out what I say. You can do almost anything. There's no reason, people go, oh, I need to use this language. Patrick said it as well, where he's saying Delphi is dead, nobody uses Delphi, and yet there's 7,795,000 downloads for one project created in Delphi. So people do use it, and it's just that it works and keeps working. They focus on the app's functionality, which they should do. It shouldn't matter how it's written. It's about whether it's a good app or not. And in your case, you wrote a brilliant app, and I really admire it. Well, we chatted behind the scenes, and I did say you and I will do this another time. We'll prepare a pre-recorded webinar specifically dedicated to this when you're just about to or have launched your Mac version, and we'd also like to follow that up with a blog post as well, because what you've done is fantastic, Erwin. We really blown away by the quality of it. You can see from the comments from people that they're impressed as well. So I appreciate you taking your time and doing a live demo as well. Yeah.
I forgot what I'm doing. I forgot to show the dark theme.
Oh, wow. Look at that. See, isn't that great? That's
So
fantastic. What theme are you using there? Are you using custom theme, or is it one of the ready-made themes, or?
this is Impressive Dark Mac style.
Ah, okay. Yes, that was the one that came out with 12.1. Yeah, I like the Impressive Dark. I have to say, a little insider secret there. I was actually on the panel of people that chose the themes, and that was the one that was the clear winner. So I'm really not glad to see you using it, because that makes me feel good that my choice
It's
wasn't
really,
awful.
it's really great. There's one thing I did add to the style, because when you use toolbars with specific size, like these are, I think, 16 by 16. If you want to use them 24 by 24, you have to modify your theme, your style.
Ah, okay.
So I added the style for the larger toolbar buttons above. And it's just one time definition of the style, and then you can add them whenever you need them. So that's actually really nice when you get to use the whip.
Well, I'll pass that on to Alexei, who actually works on that. We subcontract these from Delphi Styles and people like that, and he is the expert at styles. And if there's something that we can change to improve it, I'm sure Alexei will do it, because he's another great developer and also a really good designer as well. He's responsible for all sorts of different bits and bobs, but. Yeah.
It was just for me something to figure out, because there were no styles 25 years ago, So that's
No, exactly. Well, we had a session yesterday by Dion, who's coming up in a moment, called "Why You Should Stop Using Delphi 7," and styles was probably number one on the list. Which is, I keep saying to people, with the free styles or even the paid versions, you can take your app and lift it up and make it look fantastic, even if you don't have graphic design skills, because someone like Alexei is out there, and he's put the effort in to make these styles look good, and we tweak them. When they're sent to us, we critique them as a group of people that look at them and say, "Well, I don't like this color," or "We don't want the orange one," or something. And so the effort goes in, but he's really great at doing that kind of thing. So, okay, well, I'm going to have to leave you to it, because we're going to go to the next session. But thank you so much for taking the time out to do a live demo of that. Lots and lots of people saying how amazing you did. There was a question about, did you create every component and library used for this product? And you did actually mention that. Which things you do? Anything else?
I developed the way you can change the language. That's a custom language manager I made, because there is no out-of-the-box language component available right now. But this is really working great. And what have I used more? I've used the tree view and the grid components from TMS software.
Yeah, I love TMS stuff. It's great. And actually, another question whilst we're on it, I think, which was, I would be interested to know what percentage of the code had to be solved platform specific. Well, I think you said already that it's actually quite a lot, that you can read the fonts and handle them, but the actual, Mac specific stuff, there was quite a few changes. Yeah.
I had to do a lot of R&D to see what components best suit my needs for the Mac edition, because I have so at specific parts several graphic related usage, which is not the common label and edit boxes. So there were some challenges. And I had, of course, also had to decouple some of the forms and the actual business logic. So I implemented a lot of controllers, which are now used in both the Mac and Windows versions. So I think It's actually one code base, of course, for the black box, for all the data, for the importing, loading, exporting, saving, also for the displaying the fonts. That's all one code base. So it's actually only the visual layer that is
See, when I tell people this is how Delphi works, they think it's just a sales pitch. They think, oh, it's just Embarcadero saying that. And I said, look, before I worked for Embarcadero, and I've worked for them over a year now, but before I worked for Embarcadero, I was a developer and I coded with Delphi since Delphi 1. I actually bought Delphi on the day it was released, on the 14th of February. And I know what it can do, and I wasn't making it up. I don't need to lie about the capabilities of the product. When I say mostly you can share, if as long as you've written the code correctly, you can share it between the platforms as long as it's not specific to that platform. I mean, there are things to do with cameras and stuff like that between platforms that work differently. Things to do with sharing, for example, share sheets work differently in Windows to the way they do in the Mac, but not immensely different, but quite different. But actually, what you're saying bears out what I say, which is, yeah, a good proportion of your code will work cross-platform because it's Delphi. It's a language. It's like, when you see two people, it doesn't matter if you speak Dutch or German or French or even Brazilian Portuguese. When you look at code, even if an English person wrote it, the Delphi developer in Brazil or Holland or Netherlands or Germany can understand it because it's a universal language, and that's true of cross-platform development as well. That as long as you write it carefully, it's a universal language even between the platforms. And what you're saying really kind of bears out what I've been saying. So there you go. I'm glad I had you on. So we'll see you again. I have to go to the next session, but we're definitely going to do another session together when you're ready to release the Mac version, and we'll do a blog post about it because you've built the Sistine Chapel there, and it's something that I personally admire. I'm a developer, and I know how to code, but I know good code when I see it, and based on the people in the chat windows and stuff like that, everybody else thinks so as well. I mean, Pete Rios, for example, says incredible. Thank you. And sums it up. All right. Well, thanks a lot. We're going to go now to the next session. Speak to you soon, Erwin. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Okay. Bye. Right. So I'm going to turn off Erwin's QR code, which is up there. Right. Now, let me just go and get my bearings because I have lots of things going on in the background. So we're 1 minute late, but that's doing pretty well. The next session coming up is from Dion Mai, who we have had on previously yesterday, I think. Yes. And it's all about AI. And Dion will be joining us live shortly as well. And it is a Gen AI or generative AI apps in Delphi. It's 35 minutes long, and then Dion and I will be chatting after that. See you soon.
Hello everyone, welcome to Delphi Days of Summer, and in this session we will see Gen AI apps in Delphi. So a little bit about myself. I am John Mai, Microsoft Director of Technology. I am also an Embarcadero MVP and a control and automation engineer. And in this session we'll see what are Gen AI apps, options to use them, practical sample of how to apply Gen AI apps, and the downsides of Gen AI, and from now what? So, what are Gen AI apps? Gen AI apps are the use of LLMs integrated in our application, focusing on generation, right? So LLMs is a very recent concept. I mean, 2 or 3 years is the time that we more talk about it. And the idea here is use a LLM integrated in our application, focusing on generating new things. And this will give to our applications new powers, new abilities that before the LLMs we simply does not have, right? Like this image here that I generate in ChatGPT, but for this kind of new features, uh, give us a whole new world of things that we can do inside our applications. And why it is important? We have new possibilities because without the LLMs, we probably by code, only by code, will be never able to do such as things. We can improve productivity even from for ourselves, even for our user, and we can simplify software users' daily life. So the viable options, we have many LLMs that we can use today. I will not do a benchmark here or compare one another. I will just show you these four that are the LLMs that I use the most. ChatGPT, Gemini from Google, ChatGPT from OpenAI, Cloud from Anthropic, and Llama from Meta. These are the four LLMs that I have most contact. Each one has its own advantages and downsides, right? And they work very differently. So you'll be more accurate thinking about projects, right? No, for this project, maybe Gemini will be better because of its large context window. For this project, maybe ChatGPT will be better because of its great ability to write good and comprehensive email, or uh, you know, you must choose according to your project needs. uh, None of these LLMs, at least for me, for the project that I work with, none of them work perfectly and um, complete all the sites, complete all the needed tasks, right? In many cases, we have to use even more than one LLM. So these are the options. For this sample, I will focusing on ChatGPT, right? But be sure you can apply at least with these other LLMs. We will be able to construct the same sample without problem. And of course, all these new features, all these new LLMs give us a lot of new possibilities, like embeddings. So, what are embeddings? And using your application in our applications, uh, we can use in our applications the concepts visualization of the LLM. So, what are embeddings? When we we train the LLM, uh, it's like here we have a visual representation. It's like that every concept that we put inside our LLMs, like Gemini or ChatGPT or Cloud, every concept is like a vector inside of a 3D space. Of course, this is a simple representation. Usually, the LLM providers say that are many spaces that are not only three-dimensional. And but the idea is that every concept that the LLM understand is a vector. It's a point inside of this space, right? And embeddings is the process to generate these vectors. Okay, so every LLM understand embeddings and work with embeddings because all the concepts that the LLM has inside it are vectors that are teaching to that LLM. And what we can do we can use that concept in our applications. We can generate embeddings and teach or tell the LLM to use that embedding that we are generating by ourselves. And what it's give us the ability for search, for meaning, concepts, it not only words. Let me explain. If I want to search in my product list for, let's say, a camping tool, a camping uh, feature, right? And if I use the today search, I only be able to match that search with the exactly words that describe the tool that I'm looking for. But if I don't know the exactly words that describe the tool, I will be maybe never able to search it, to find it. And in search for meaning, it's different. I will search for one word, and the embeddings will show all the regions near to that meaning that I want to search about it, and give all that possible results to us. So it's a whole new possibility because I don't have more the necessity to specify the exactly words. And another amazing points for this is that I can search using images, right? So thinking yourself when your customer, your client, your user are trying to search for something in your system, and maybe uh, they will not need any more words. They can send you a picture of what they want to search, or they even can search by themselves, putting an image of the things that they wanted, and by concept search, the LLM can provide us the very near image or very near responses to that concept that we are searching for. And how the embeddings look like? Well, for us, for developers, they are simply a very large array of float points. So this is a embedding generated by OpenAI, and I put a phrase and give this response. The array will be always the same size, but of course the numbers will change a lot according to the amount of information or the information that I put. It's like I generate a hash, you know? The hash will be always same size, but they change a lot inside it because of uh, little changes in the information that I put as the inputs. And of course, to store these embeddings, we will need a vector database. And here are some options. I already used these two options and worked for me very well. We have MongoDB. MongoDB has a very good support to embeddings. And also we have Postgre with PG vector extension. So these two options work very well for me. Maybe other databases has also support for embeddings, but I only has contact to these two, and these two work very well. And for this sample, we will use MongoDB because MongoDB has a great sample already being created by Mongo, and we will use that part as a sample for us. Let's look at it. Let's look at a database with embeddings. So here we have our MongoDB cluster, and inside the collections we have this sample mflix, a sample catalog with many movies that Mongo generate for us for test collection. And inside of this sample mflix, we have these embedded movies. There is a simple object of a movie, maybe a old, maybe a new one. And inside of each item of these collections, we have here the plot embedding. So all the plot from the movie here, the plot, generate an embedding and what's put here inside of each movie. So this is a, let me collapse this to be more easy to, just a sample database, and every plot for each movie has been embedded in this array here. Like I told you before, every array will be the same size that the one before because of the the rules of generating of embeddings. And this embedding here was generated by OpenAI, by the API of OpenAI. Be more pay a lot of attention at this information, because you will be not able to search one embedding with another. Uh, One guy explained it like it's like that was different languages. If we use the embedding from Hugging Face, from Gemini, the embedding style will be very different than the embedding from OpenAI, and the database will not be able to search for one embedding inside of other. Okay, so if you want to use this database, you will be obliged to use OpenAI embeddings to do this search, to do the communication with this Mongo sample here. Okay, if you want to use other embedding style from Hugging Face or Gemini, you must regenerate all this embedding information from that API that you want to use. And after that, yes, you will be able to search inside of the embedding with the information that you want. Okay? And to do the search is very simple. We just have to create an index here. It's a very simple step-by-step process to generate an index. And after that, we can access that index from our DB call and give access to all the embed information. And okay, I got it. But why we need embedding? Let's apply it. First of all, let me show you a simple method that only generate embeddings. So I have this API call here. Don't be afraid, this the back end of my application are writing in Node, because it is the sample that I already had built in the past. So all the back end will be in Node, but the front end will be in Delphi, like you use every day. Very easy to use as well. Okay, and of course all these API calls can be done in Delphi. There nothing will stop you to do that, because for me I just use this one because of the time. Okay, so this simple sample here generated embedding, and it's just a API call to OpenAI. Before, in my source code, I put my token key to have access to the API. After that, I just had to put here the information that want to be the generate of embedding, and after that, I send the response to the client, the embedding that was received. And in this simple postman here, I will do a simple call, and here we have the embedding information of this phrase that I wrote here. If I change the phrase to another information, of course the embedding will change, but that is the process. Okay, every time that I want search for something, search for a meaning, I will have to generate the embedding, and this generation of the embedding must follow that rules that I told you. Be always from the same LLM provider, and be always called via an API call. And for the application, we have here, so API application from our Node backend, And let me run the application to you see. So we have here a very large list of movies that we receive from the MongoDB database. And like always, we already know it. We can search inside of this movie list, like informing something that has here in the plot, like a trader. Here we have trader word. So if I type here trader and search for it, I will have only a movie about a trader, but I will not have a movie about trade something. I will not have movie about other things related to trader world, or even other things related to the trade concept. And once I mark here search by meaning and do the same search, I will have a lot of different answers, because now we are searching by the meaning of the trade, not only the word. So maybe the movie plot here does not has the trade word, but offer the same meaning that I was searching before. And a sample that even ChatGPT generate for me is this phrase here. Let's see, a story about a robot learning to understand human emotions. And it's a very complex topic, okay? And when we search here and see the movies that this phrase provide, it's a very different list in kind of words that we use to describe the phrase that we are searching for. Okay? Of course, this is a movie list, but think about it. What are the possibilities? You can search now for like I told you before, a list of tools that I need to camping, uh, a list of parts of a building ship that I need to build, and many other options we can reach by searching now by meaning, not only by word. Of course, this will not eliminate the search of word. Many of our customers already know how to use it and can use it every day. But we have now a large new option searching by meaning of the things, not only the words that we want to search. And let me just scroll you here over the source code in Delphi. Like I told you, a very simple source code. There's nothing to take a lot of time. If I search for, if the search checkbox search by meaning was checked, I only change the request object. And of course, this is just a proof of concept application. In day to day, you will rename all the components and separate the business logic from the interface. But you get the idea. It's just a simple case to show you how to implement this functionality. And inside of the node execution part, where we search for the meaning, we just generate the embeddings, go to the node, to the MongoDB, and ask for that embedding that OpenAI provides us. Very simple way of request. It's only 20 line of code, and we have the embedded search done. Um, so back in our application, we can apply it by concept. And what the application does is that the user interface do a search in our backend server. Our backend server contact OpenAI API and generate embeddings. After that, we go through MongoDB and do the search with the embeddings that the OpenAI provides to us. And then we send the response back to our application interface to show all the answers that Mongo was able to find with that embedding that we provide. Okay? So from now what? As I was talking to Gemma from Gemini, right? The model, and I asked about this sample and if this sample classify as a Gen AI application, and Gemma pointed out that for books, is like this application is more like a bibliothecary, and Gen AI app is more like an author. Okay, to give the rule Gen AI in our applications, we must do a little bit more. That is not only using embeddings to search, but help it to write to generate things. And notice that this sample that I show you until here is only a search with meaning. No, does not generate anything new from that. But we can change how? Well, we can simply, let me stop my sample here and run it again. We can simply search by meaning again and obtain all the movies that we are able to search before. But now we can, like this, write a custom email to our customers selling these movies that we receive from that uh, API call. It will take a little bit more of time because now we have another call to an LLM. But let me show you here that we have dive into intriguing world of robots, and all the movies that we receive from this list are now listed in this email information to trying to sell these pieces of movie. So thinking about your customer again, your user, and when he find the information that you want to send to a customer, to a client, they does not need to write an email based on that information. They can just click a button and the LLM will do the work for them, right? And for that, what we did, we just put a new layer here. After we receive the response from Mongo, we again send to OpenAI, but now not to generate embeddings, but to generate a response, a new generated response that we will send to the application interface. And of course, in this case, we generate text, but can be an image, can be an audio file, can be any other kind of media that maybe you needed. Uh, the LLM will be able to generate to you as well. Right. And has any downsides to use Gen AI? One of the greatest downsides to use AI is hallucinations. And what are hallucinations? Hallucinations is when the LLM does not know the answer to the questions that we are giving them, right? So let's think about it. When you have, like, in this case, uh, uh, a lot of uh, a lot of tools that were needed to build this boat, and your company, your software, maybe know how to build this boat, but the LLM, ChatGPT, Gemini, maybe does not know how to build the ship that you wanted to talk about. And the LLM also doesn't know that they don't know. it's it's strange to talk that way, but it is okay. So the LLM does not know that that information that you are asking for was not contained inside its knowledge base. And so when the LLM try to answer your question, instead of giving you the right answer based on the the correct information, the LLM will simply hallucinate, will took any information that was better ranked for the words that we use and put to you that information as a correct information. But again, it's just a ranked information. It's not the information that you want to search about, right? So this is a very tricky thing when we use LLMs. And by now we don't have any great solution for hallucinations. We have many uh, uh, step sides that we can do to reduce or even avoid, but we will not able to always eliminate, okay? Because we will never know when the user can input in information that was not in the LLM training base. But what we can do to avoid and reduce a lot of hallucinations is to provide context to the LLMs. Okay, so providing the right context to the LLM, we can, with the correct context providing, we can strongly reduce the possibility of the hallucinations. And how we can do that? We can simply generate embeddings of the the documentation of our system, the documentation of the product that we want to LLM to talk about, and send that embeddings to the LLM as a parameter for the prompt that we are using. So with that embeddings of the documentation, the possibility of the LLM hallucinate is very low, because now the LLM will look at the information that we are providing to them to answer the question that we are doing, we are asking, not only to the all knowledge base of the LLM. So the possibility of the hallucination go very down, and is a very tricky solution. Before to go on, just a simple data disclaimer. You can provide LLM public and accessible information. Does not need to be the industrial secret of your company, right? So we know that many companies has this concern about what data we are giving to the LLMs, but consider again, for many of the daily life applications, we does not need to give the LLM all the trade secrets that we have inside our company. We can provide them very accessible information, like the products that our company sell, the specifications to the products that our company sells. Of course, it will vary a lot according to your business case, but I think that you got the idea, right? In many cases, the documents are from public domain. We just have to generate embeddings to help the LLM to provide the right answer, right? So even if we are talking about a commercial secret, we will not, even do not like that LLM write that information to our customer or a client or any people outside of our company that we are talking. So for all that cases is not the matter. The most important thing here is for us to classify the information with the right classification. This is public access information. This is private access information, and only provide to the LLMs the public and the simple access information that anyone can has access. And over that, we can generate embeddings and send that to LLMs to do the the job for us. And this process that I talking now about to you is the process to generate a RAG, okay, a retrieval augmented generation. The process to give more context to an LLM, and almost the same that we did for meaning search, right? So because of that, I put this in this session, because it's a very complex concept, but it's almost the same thing that we did before. But instead of only sending the embeddings to the database from the user question, okay, we will search maybe over our database for documents that contain the meaning that the user searched. And after that, took that concepts and send that concepts to the LLM, do the search in write the response to our user. Okay? So the user question plus the generated embeddings from the documents, from the information that we have, send that to LLM, and after that show the response to in the user interface. So in conclusion, GenAI brings us a whole new set of possibilities. We can have meaning search, as I show you here, with the simple sample, and it's not a very difficult thing to implement. It's very simple to implement. It took me a few hours of work to do everything set, but I think you get the idea. We can have the search from the text, from the image, and even have image and text generation. And also we can access to reasoning. And reasoning is another aspect that I didn't put many samples in this application, but also go inside of GenAI idea from an application. Well, is where when we put some information that LLM was reasoning about, and it's like do an if inside of a text or a bunch of information. It's something that today we don't have any other possibility to do. Let me explain you one business case. My company receive a lot of candidates, a lot of job applications, and we have an LLM to classify all that job applications. And in many cases, with spam filter of filter rules, we will not able to do that classification because with reserved words, sometimes email from a customer was classified as a job application, right? But with reasoning, that's very simple because we just ask the LLM, this email is a person applying for a job, a development or technology job, and the LLM classify that email accordingly with the information provided, contained in that email. Of course, sometimes we have some strange behaviors like two or three emails that we receive was not classified as job application, and they were job application. And when we ask again to LLM why that those emails were not classified as job applications, the answer of the LLM was that those emails were very badly written. So maybe they are phishing or spam, not persons to apply to job. So reasoning is another great possibility, okay? And we work the same way that we do our work here, just send the information to the OpenAI API, receive the response and working around that. So really thank you for your time. And here we have my contacts if you need any information. This sample will be at my GitHub. After that, you can go there. Even the node and the Delphi source code will be there. You can download it. And anything that you need about it is you can just ask by my email. Okay? So thank you and have a nice day.
Oh, yeah, and we're back live. A couple of people said before I put Dion on, I'm going to see he can't defend himself whilst he's sitting behind the scenes. I like this. This is the good way to have a conversation. A couple of people said, oh, Ian, the sound for the current video is very low. Yes, Dion is an excellent programmer, but he's lousy at recording his microphone. As you heard, his Windows sounds like bing, like super loud. And so there are several people now with trauma as a result of turning the volume up and then the Windows sound going very loud. However, the same guy that complained about that also said his speech is very clear. So well done. And Dion is with us live in the studio. What? There you go. That's how we want it to go. The reason I want it like that is so I can do things like this. I can go up and I can say, "Doof," up there. Yeah, there you go. Dion's website. Hi, Dion. How are you?
I am very well. And you?
See, your volume on your microphone is perfect.
No, yeah. For that session, I was last week. I was very sick. I got a very strong flu. That's the reason, man. I wasn't able to use my nose, so my voice was very loud. That was the reason I speak so well. So
yeah.
sorry.
You should have got AI to do the voice for you. There you go. You see, I see some Delphi people, and there's one guy, and I forget. I saw him on YouTube. I don't know who he is, but I don't think English is his first language. But he does some really good videos. But the voice that does the voiceover is all AI. It's really weird. It's good, his code is good, but the AI voice is really kind of creepy, actually.
I use the 11 Labs. I don't know if you heard about it. It's very good, but the problem for me is that is too much flat. When you are watching something from I think I get sleepy because it's always the same volume.
Yes,
You
it
don't have
talks like this
intonation.
and a monotone like that all the time. Yeah, exactly. I totally get. I mean, someone said to me, I used to do voiceovers. I used to record audiobooks for Amazon, and I've got a British accent, and actually it can be quite useful and get a lot of demand for it. And when AI started becoming popular, one of the things they said was, "Oh, that's the end of audiobook narration because people will just get the AI to do it." And then they started hearing the AI do it, and it doesn't have the same mistakes or inflection. It's like human beings when they talk. Even a narrator who is trained to speak, at a certain volume and continuously pronouncing things correctly, they make mistakes that actually our human ear doesn't actually hear, but subconsciously you feel it in your heart. There's something right about that voice. Some of the AI voices are getting very good, and they are credible, but you can still, something in your brain says, that sounds like not real. It's probably a good thing, I think, overall. So there you go. Compliments for you. Patrick Prematin saying that Dion is a great speaker at technical conferences. There you go. And I know that to be true. And we're going to see each other soon as well. So that's excellent. And a little kind of talking point, really, which was Nigel said it will be interesting if AI gets an attitude added to it. I don't know whether that translates very well, but what he means is if it starts getting a bit angry, like, oh, you want to know what my image is, or something like that. I'm just going to let my dog in because he's scratching on the door. Come on, in you come. You are annoying. There you go. The joys of being alive. He's only a little terrier, but he's irritating. Yes, I mean, I think that your video is very good. I mean, you did. Let me just reply to producer Martha, which is she's asking questions. You used Postman in your video, didn't you? That was right, wasn't it?
Excuse me?
Did you use Postman in your video? Was that what I saw you using?
Yes, I use Postman because I build a backend server to do the request to the OpenAI API. But all the requests can be done by Delphi itself. We don't need the node part.
Yeah. I mean, I've used Postman as well to debug REST interfaces, but it's an interesting tool. But you have to go for the free option because their pricing options start to go like that, in cost. It's steep.
Yes.
I mean, what's your general feeling on AI in things like the IDE? Do you think that's a good idea? And if so, what would you like AI to be doing in RAD Studio if you had a choice?
If I have a choice, I think the most interesting thing that I see until now is from the new Xcode, the Xcode from this year, where Apple announces, and he has its own build LLM inside the
Ah,
IDE. And let me show, when I start a method like convert this table to JSON, he understands what I typing and suggests I code behind completing the method that was the best case, because all the other applications we must go to Copilot, we must go until ChatGPT, and go out to the IDEs is not ideal. Non seems fluent when we using it. So if
right.
we was able to build inside the IDE something to suggest us like hints, and we click, oh, that hint is good, let me use this option. I think that will be a very good case of increase the productivity.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, we've had a lot of discussions at Embarcadero, and I think we must be the same as every other company, which is AI seems very interesting, and I think that OpenAI, the purchase of OpenAI, or at least the investment by Microsoft into OpenAI, really made people think, well, actually, this is a real thing. It's not a gimmick. It's not, going to go away in a few years or something like that. But the thing that concerns us is, will you be quiet, dog? The thing that concerns us is that, um, you know, if you are a software developer, what you don't want is to have your your code going up to someone like Microsoft, training their AI, and then your code being reproduced somewhere else. And that was one thing internally at Embarcadero that we think is a big concern for our customers, because the amount of times that people have come along and said, I'm going to pick my dog up and then he'll be quiet. There he is, everybody. Okay. See how unprofessional you are. You're live on TV now. So,
Talking about AI.
yeah. Well, what can you do? So, there have been a number of people complain about, having their code appear when they use Copilot, which is the Microsoft solution. And, they'll type in something and out will come a copyright notice, as part of the comments. And of course, the AI is just, retyping what it learned. But if it includes a copyright notice, you think, well, hang on, where did that come from? Because the AI has not invented that. That is from something that it's learned. It's been trained to understand that, and that is clearly, it seems to be that it's copying code from sources and then spitting it out. Now, we don't want our customers to be in that position. That's our concern with what we do if we put AI in the IDE in RAD Studio. There are already some add-ins, as I'm sure you know, in Get It, that allow you to include OpenAI and a few other AI sources as well. So it is possible to add AI to your IDE now, if you chose to. But from Embarcadero and Idea's point of view, it's got to be done right, because we don't want to be responsible for the code going off and being sent to some faceless corporation, and your code gets used to train someone else to do your job, and then you're gone. You don't have a job anymore, and the AI takes you over. Or worse, one of your competitors now suddenly can say, oh, I saw some code that Dion wrote. He demonstrated his app, and let's ask the AI to write a function that does that, and it does it, and it uses your code to train your competitor how to do it. Now, that is actually technically a possible scenario that could happen, without the right safeguards in place. So, those are the dangers of AI, and that's why we're being very cautious in the company about how we adopt it. We don't want to get to the point where something is released. We also want it to be something that people can turn off. You know, if there are a lot of developers out there that do Delphi look like me, not like you. You're young and you're kind of, hello, I'm a film star. You know, you've got that kind of film star look, whereas I've been a programmer for 40 years, and you can guess it. It's true. You know, look, and a lot of the older developers are obviously concerned about adopting AI because they're like, I don't get it. You know, I do what I do. I've always coded this way. I mean, it's hard enough to get them to adopt Git, you know, let alone anything else. But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, what you were showing in your video, if you were to summarize, you know, you understand what I mean by summarize your kind of key points in that video, what would they be, do you think?
I will answer that, but just a little brief comment about the use of LLM. Many Embarcadero customers that we are our own customers, Ian, use Embarcadero for, like, Brazilian Army use Embarcadero products, Brazilian
Right.
Space Program use Embarcadero tools. So many companies that really don't
I didn't
want,
know this.
yeah,
Cool.
they are small, of course. They are not like
Yeah,
NASA. They are small from Brazil, but they
it's still
use
cool though.
Delphi and C++ Builder. So this kind of company, you are very sure they don't want. They are spend many years in search and development, and that piece of code being used by another company is simply out of table. So your vision is very clear, and great to Embarcadero that seems that so.
Yeah.
And now, to summarizing about my speeches, my talk is about using the new concept of embeddings to help us to search things. You know, when by now, when we are using internet and Google something, sometimes we don't know the word, the precisely word. We even can type mistakes, can type the wrong question, but the Google will search and find us an answer. And the idea is bring that kind of search inside our ERP. You know, so
Yeah.
when your customer are trying to search for something, and we know we usually has a lot of products, a lot of items, a lot of process that we can search, and sometimes they don't know the exactly word that took many time, that maybe involve other people to resolve something. And with this kind of search, we can eliminate that. We can be more productive because you don't have to know the exactly word. You can just
Right.
type the meaning, and the embeddings will fill the gap for you and bring you what you maybe are searching for.
Yeah.
And
I think that's interesting because I think that Google, when it first came out, it was just a brute force search. You know, it took the words you had in your search engine, in your search box, sorry, and it did a brute force search for it. They did a very good way of indexing it, and the funny thing was they called it Page Index, which was really clever because it was Larry Page, but play on his name. But that's what it did. He was a brilliant mathematician, and he could work out how to very very in an optimized way do an index that could be searched very quickly. And yeah, they needed lots of servers to do it, but they did it. And now the reason they're struggling a little bit is because Microsoft were just lucky, I suppose, or clever, however you want to look at it, and said, okay, let's adopt you know, AI, and they're trying to make that as replace the traditional search. Now, of course, you know, they're fighting over that. And Google have put their what do they call it now? Gemini, I think that's their thing.
yeah,
Gemini search in, so it does what you're saying, which is more about, okay, I see what you've typed there, but tell me the meaning of what you're looking for. Don't just say return an image of Dion Mai, but instead say, tell me about Dion Mai and why I should have him on, you know, my webinar. And it'll go away and it'll go, okay, I know who Dion is because I've worked out from the context of what has been said there. and I know he's a Delphi person, so I'll bring a bunch of results back, and also, excuse me, and also he works for Accreditator, and so let's look up the details of Accreditator. So you wouldn't get that just from a traditional search. It might come back with the results if your name is mentioned on your website. But I think with the like you say, understanding the actual meaning, it would go and look elsewhere and work out. Oh well, Dean's appeared in this webinar, and they mentioned Accreditator 5 times when Dion was there, and also I know that Delphi is a programming language, so I'll bring up results. Yeah, I mean it's great. And you say you are integrating, or you have integrated that? What
We have integrated that.
you have put it into your product?
You have we have, and it's very simple process. We just need a vector database to store the vectors, the most complicated thing is generate embeddings. And to generate embeddings, we always will have a large AI provider, or Google,
Right.
or OpenAI, or Hugging Face. Hugging Face has a open solution, but of course it's not very good as the OpenAI embeddings. The OpenAI, in my opinion, was the best embeddings. They generate very accurate search. When we search, we always get the same around terms in response. But it's a very simple thing to do, Ian. We just, like I said, the idea was not put all the database inside the embeddings, just the searchable things that you needed, and generate embeddings for that kind of search. After that, you have just to embedding the search and compare it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I take your word for it when you say, "Oh, it's really easy to do." I don't think it's quite as easy as you say, but but then again, I mean, it's like anything. I remember them saying there's a program in the US, and I think it's in the UK as well. I forget, called "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire," and the catchphrase was the questions are always easy if you know the answer. And it's true of this. Yeah. Oh, it was so easy. Yeah, it was easy to put AI in. Well, if you know how to do it, yeah, I guess it is, right? So, but I'll take your word for it. But I mean, I have to say, based on the implementations I've seen, it is not that complicated, because the work is done by whoever the provider is, and they do produce some pretty good implementations, REST and things like that. Pete Ariel says we should fear AI. The world is not ready yet. Pete, that's not how the world works. It doesn't wait for you. It just gets on with it. But I don't know, fear AI. I mean, I'm getting older, and as I get older, you start to think about, competing against people who are younger and things like that for work and stuff like that. And I think that at the end of the day, AI is going to be a benefit. It's like the car. It's like modernization in factories. Yes, the modernization of the factories meant that fewer workers were needed, but those workers went on to do other jobs as well. And there's, I don't think there's more unemployment now than there was in the 1800s, for example. Although not relatively anyway compared to the population. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, do we need to be scared of it? Maybe not. And
Not, I think you're not now, because we are just in the beginning. If you use, like I use a lot of Gemini and ChatGPT, you know that many times a day you look at the answer and say, "Oh man, I can do this by myself." So they are very very poor by now. They can do things, of course, but they just are by now. They just are a tool. Maybe in the future, if we start still growing, but by now they are just too dumb to put us in some game.
To me, last year was like when the internet started becoming popular, because I'm old enough. I started programming in the 1980s, before the Windows PC, before the IBM PC actually was invented. Yes, I'm that old. And I'm older than Jim, which is really weird. I found out recently I'm a lot older than Jim. But I remember the PC coming out and everybody going crazy about it. And it was obvious it was a big thing. And then I worked at a place where we were part of the early internet before it was an internet. And so I saw the internet grow. And as the World Wide Web got adopted, it was obvious it was going to be a big thing. It wasn't going to go away. For a while, it was like, oh, maybe it's just an idea, and we'll see what happens. But it gradually got to the point where where you're like, it's never going away now. And I think last year was probably the year. I'll put my dog down now. Was the year where AI got to the point where it's not going away. And some people are going to lose a lot of money in their investments in AI because, that's what happens when it's the initial, initial kind of introduction of a technology. But I think that, Embarcadero believes that it's something we should embrace. But I think, you yourself has proved the point. You can add it to your own apps and it adds something to it. Yeah. Okay. Well, someone talked about the TRS-80. Dion, it's always a pleasure to have you on. Is this your last session or you've got another one?
I have another one on Friday. No, I said.
Wow. We're not holding any of your family prisoner or anything, are we? I mean, you are doing this voluntarily, right?
No, we do because we love Delphi. We love.
Yeah. Well, your company is a definite, leading light when it comes to Delphi, and you're all of what you do is great. You're a superb developer. Next video, we're going to bump the volume up for you a bit so that people don't complain. But apart from that, it's fine.
The next one, I will say more stronger here.
Yeah, but you're an excellent presenter and a great guy as well, and a lot of fun. And we'll talk to you soon. Okay, well, thanks a lot. We're going to go over to Jim now. The next session is, let me pull it up, because there we go. The next session is, it sounds fantastic. Someone pointed out that it sounded like the Skittles, because I'd forgotten that Skittles had the Taste the Rainbow trademark, but Program the Rainbow, I have to ask him when he comes on, because he's on after this. But Program the Rainbow, working with colors by Jim McKeith, and he'll be joining us live after the video in about 35 minutes.
Welcome to Dev Days of Summer 2024. This is Program the Rainbow, working with colors in Delphi. The slides are down there at the bottom on that GitHub repository, although it links to a different repository that has the samples in it. My name is Jim McKeith. I am the Director of Consulting for GDK Software USA. And if it looks like I'm moving right now, that's because I didn't get my treadmill time in and it's late. So I'm going to do treadmill while I'm recording this session. Because I don't know about you, but if you've ever thought you knew something really well, but then you go to put together a session and discover there's a lot of little things you didn't quite have figured out, that's what happened with me on this one. And I learned a lot. Hopefully you will too. So always program to an interface and always present to an agenda. This is basics what we're going to cover. Oh, I didn't get to color names. Oh well. In the sample repository, you'll find lots of color names. So color theory. This was started back in 322 BCE with Aristotle's musings on color, but then really was formalized with Isaac Newton's optics. Now, if you remember, Isaac Newton famously showed that you can split white light into the visible spectrum using a prism. And he started coming up with the idea of complementary colors, or the primary colors and complementary colors and stuff like that were all came from his optics. So we have the color wheel is a representation of the visible spectrum with the colors going around 360 degrees. And typically, actually every time I've seen it, 0 is red, and since it goes around as a circle, 360 is also red. So we've had different primary colors throughout the years, but the primary ones we use today are red, green, blue, and CMY. Red, green, blue are the additive primary colors. They are where you are starting from darkness, black, and you add more colors to that. And if you add all the colors, you eventually get white. CMY is the subtractive primary colors, where you are starting on white and you're adding color onto it, subtracting away until you get to black. So CMY is what you use for pigments when you're printing on white. RGB is what you use for lights when you are displaying something. Color science is really the evolution of the modern evolution of color theory, and they kind of overlap a little bit, but so some of the stuff we're talking about is color science, some of the stuff is going to be color theory. But there's some good Wikipedia articles down there you can check out. So one thing about colors is you have to understand the way the human eye sees colors, the way our vision perception works. Now, we're going to not get into the fact that some people are colorblind, but the different colors are more, our eyes are just more sensitive to different wavelengths of colors. And interestingly, we use red, at least here in the US, for fire engines and stop signs because they're supposed to get your attention. But green is the color that is most visible to us. So, oh, and then down at the bottom there is showing the spectrum, and it's interesting because we have the most wavelength of colors dedicated to red, followed by green, and then violet, with very small amount dedicated to what we'd call orange or yellow or blue. Now the red goes beyond that into infrared, and violet goes beyond that into ultraviolet. All right, enough color theory, although we're still going to touch on some of that as we go. Let's look at some code. For the longest time, Delphi had the T color, but then with FireMonkey we got the alpha color, which adds more features because it has an alpha channel built into the color, but they're incompatible. If you look at the declaration, they're both in system.ui types, you'll see that T color is a integer subrange, has both positive and negative values, whereas alpha channel is a cardinal. So it has the full range of a cardinal, but it is positive only because it's a cardinal. Now, the compiler will let you just use these. You can assign one to the other and it doesn't care. Now, so what that does mean is that you can run into range check errors if you're going from a alpha color to a color because you might have a value that doesn't fit, or vice versa. Now, where it also gets you into trouble is if you look down at the bottom there, the variant record, you see that the T color goes RGBA, okay? But the T alpha color goes BGRA. So the bytes are in different orders. They're backwards. And so even if you do like remove the alpha and move it across, it still won't work. Now there are some routines that are supposed to change it, but it seemed like they didn't work right to me. I filed an issue in Quality Portal. You can go check it out there. It has some example code. So yeah, be very careful working with T color and alpha color. Even if a parameter or a function will take an alpha color and you pass a color or vice versa, it will pass it and it will compile, but then some colors, depending on what you're doing, either give you error messages or just the wrong colors. CMYK. We talked about CMY being the subtractive primary colors. K is black or key. This is the color palette you use for, not palette, the color definition you use to print when you're putting on pigments. There's an example there of 3 colors, not showing the black there, but this is what you use for physical representations. By its nature, it doesn't fit on your screen. Your screen is light, whereas this is pigment. So there are conversions, which I'll show you some, but unless you have a color space or color profile, which, by the way, Skia has support for color spaces in it, you're approximating. Even then you're approximating it, but with a color space or color profile, you can do things like understand the way the screen is displaying things and adjust better for that. And you'll see this a lot in printers and in like graphics programs. So here is some code that will convert RGB to CMYK. If you have black, if it's black RGB, you need to do that manually, where you just set K to 1 and the other ones to 0. But otherwise, you can just, here's the math you do. You take 1 minus red divided by 255, so you're taking red has a value from 1 or 0 to 255, and you're converting that to a floating point value. You take the minimum, whichever one's the least, and that becomes your K, your black. And then you do some math adjusting black out to get the inverse, to get the complement, because CMY is the complement of RGB. And then going from CMYK to RGB is much easier. You're just taking the inverse. You don't have to calculate the key, the black. HSL. This is the more useful way to define colors than RGB or CMYK. CMYK and RGB are great for defining a color, but for working with colors, HSL is where you want to be. And sometimes I call it luminance instead of lightness, but it's technically lightness. I'm not sure where I got that from. But anyway, H is hue, S is saturation, L is lightness. So hue is a value from 0 to 360. Now in Delphi, it's from 0 to 1. So you have to take, if you want to work with it as an angle, 0 to 360, you have to take that and divide it by 360 or multiply the single by 360 to get an angle. But that's what it's showing you, that's what it's representing, is a value from 0 to 360. And that's where you do the interesting things, which I'll show you in a minute. The S is saturation, that's the amount of color. A 1 or 100% is a pure color, whereas 0 would be gray. And then L is lightness. 0.5, 50% means it's a pure color, whereas if you go greater than that or less than that, you go lighter to white or darker to black. So there are some routines built into Delphi in the UI const library unit, HSL to RGB and RGB to HSL, as well as change HSL, which is really useful. It lets you provide a alpha color and then a delta for how you want to change the hue, saturation, or lightness. So if you, it's a delta lets you change those. So it just gives you back an alpha color when you're done. So making a rainbow. This one was one that I thought I had the answer to, and then I dove down this rabbit hole and found out it's a lot more interesting than I thought. And this goes back to the way we see colors. Okay, so Newton, originally I had a rainbow definition that had fewer colors in it, but when I was a kid, I learned Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. That's the mnemonic for memorizing that. That was Newton's definition of the rainbow, was red, orange, yellow, and you can see there's the hex representation of that. Now if you look at this, you'll see that it's kind of skewed a little bit. It doesn't feel like it's going through the colors smoothly. So the modern definition of a rainbow, as far as drawing a rainbow, is there in the middle: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, magenta. So it has, it's the two sets of primary colors, red, green, blue, and yellow, cyan, magenta, combined with orange added. It's interesting they added orange, but otherwise it would just be the two sets of primary colors. Now, if you just want to do it by hue, which is the way I had done it originally, until I went down this rabbit hole and discovered there were other definitions for it, then you take, the one there, where we have red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, magenta. And that's just the two sets of complementary colors combined together. And you can see there is the hue, right? So we start hue 0, which is red, and then go 60 degrees, 60 degrees, 60 degrees. And technically, if you're doing like a circle or a full gradient, it would have a 7th point at the end that would be 360, which would be back to red. Now, so that it depends on if you're doing a rainbow, because the rainbow doesn't wrap around, but the, or doing a full gradient. So I made a gradient colors picker with the Skia gradient, which I really like this one, and I also added a palette picker to it as well, which I'll show you here in a second. But it, the way I set it up is that it can alter so that the saturation decreases as you go to the middle. So see how it gets grayer in the middle, or you can have it so that it gets lighter in the middle, so the lightness goes up, or lightness goes down, it gets darker in the middle. All right, so here's the palette picker I showed you. That's a screenshot from that as well. Once you get into HSL, palettes and complementary colors is a piece of cake. It's just a hue alteration. So you leave the saturation and luminance the same for a color. You take whatever color you want. You just look at the hue and you do a delta on the hue if you want to get the complementary color of 180. And that goes across the circle and gives you the complementary color. If you want to generate palettes, like a split complementary color palette or whatever, there they are. So 0 degrees is the starting color, and then the other ones are the other colors you're generating based off that starting color. And there's more you can go into if you go down to the Wikipedia page, color scheme. You can read all about some of the other ways to do that too. And lastly, we're going to talk about shades, tints, and tones, which I had known I'd built a demo for this, but I couldn't find it, so I rebuilt another one. And it was, I don't know if it was my eyes or what, but it didn't look like it was right, and I messed with it a lot, but it appears to be right by math. So tints, shades, and tones are 3 different things. A tint is when you take a pure color and you add white, so you're lightening it. You're increasing the lightness. So 0.5 is a pure color with a lightness of 0.5, and then as you increase that towards 1, you're tinting it, eventually till you get to white. A shade is the opposite. So a shade, you take a pure color, you start with a lightness of 0.5 being a pure color, and then you decrease that lightness to 0, and you're shading it, you're moving it towards black. And then a tone is moving it towards gray. Now this diagram shows it as the combination of the shade and the tint, which would work, but with HSL, all you have to do is decrease the saturation. So you take the saturation, actually it should be the other way around, 1 to 0. So 1 would be the pure color, a saturation of 1 is a pure color, and 0 would be gray. Here's my gradient editor that I used for those gradient screenshots you saw. So this is the hue-based one, and this one does wrap around to red again, so it has 0, well, it's not showing it in degrees here, but this is percent of placement along here, and the RGB values. So you see it's all Fs, just moving the Fs across. And I did this one because I wanted to experiment, because I wanted to figure out how many points I needed. Because if you just have, let's see, a few points, right? And so I say I want to start at red and end at red, right? Then it's just red if I just have 2 points. So it's like, how many points do I need? And I was messing with this a little bit, thinking about it. I was like, oh, that's right, Roy G. Biv. And so Roy G. Biv is 7. And so I tried 7 and that worked. And then I just saw that if I add another one, it actually doesn't look as good here, I don't think. It's got two greens that look identical to themselves there. And then as I add more, it doesn't actually get better than 7, right? So if I go to 14, which is twice as many, or 15, it doesn't look a lot better than 7. So, I can make this bigger here. 7 seems to be the right number to go with. I did add in the Newton, so this is the Newton one, and this definition, you know, he didn't write down the RGB values of what he saw, but this is the closest we can get based on the way he described it. And then this is the modern definition of the rainbow, which has the orange added in there. So there you go. That's kind of cool. This is a gradient editor up here that you can use. It's a component in Delphi, and you can edit the, you can use a color picker here so you can change these colors of each individual gradient colors. Oh, and then I was also looking at the difference between radial and linear gradients. So this is simple sliders. This is just a simple thing here to show the way you can define colors with either HSL. So this here's the hue. Here is your saturation. So as I turn it down, you see it's getting grayer. And the luminance right now is in the middle. So we got a nice blue. And if I go this way, we get darker till we get to black. And I go this way, we get lighter till we get to white. This is showing the actual values. So even though, like I said, that you want to think about this as 0 to 360, the values you pass to the HSL to RGB are 0 to 1. So there's 0 is red and 1 is red again. And then down here, this is RGB. So increase red, increase green. So we go all the way up on both that, we get yellow. If I bring the red back down, and then go, so we have green, and then bring all the way up here, we have cyan. This is the main thing I wanted to build with this. And so this is actually, these are custom components I built here as well, that you can install them here with the color editors. And so this one, as you change one, it changes all of them, although there's some oddities here. I'll show you, it's easier to show on this one with the hue, is as I'm going here, so when I get all the way to the end, it's like, oh, red, that's red back here. So the hue, the red wraps around. Although I guess if I make this, maybe instead of being 360, if I make it 359, right? If I don't go all the way to 360, then maybe I'm fine. So that's what I got to do, is not let you go all the way to 360 for it. See, I guess it should be 0 to 359, and not 0 to 360. So that makes sense. But then also, if you go on your luminance, if I take the luminance down to black, then it loses my hue because everything gets converted into RGB behind the scenes. And I find out that's a bad idea because RGB, when you go to black, it's just black. There is no hue. So I need to keep track of the hue and saturation separately. Why can't I? Well, that's interesting. Huh. All right, so like I said, still got some work to it. But I love watching the RGB sliders move as I do this. That's just so cool. And then here's CMYK. So you can convert here. Now this is just gonna be an approximation because CMYK isn't designed for going on screen. CMYK is for putting on pigments. But there you go. Up here is a palette generation. So this is the complementary color of whatever color I select over here. So we get a nice purple and we get green as the complementary color. If we go for a pure blue, you see there's your yellow as the complementary color. And then here it's generating some of the different types of palettes. There's probably some more I could put in here as well, but so it takes the primary color here, the base color, and then generates a quad, which is a 4-color palette, analogous. I can't talk right now because I'm on a treadmill. Anyway, so there it goes. You see the palette generation, and then here's just a color picker, so you can pick from some of the stock colors as well. Oh, and it has alpha down here at the bottom, so you can adjust the alpha on all of them too. So this is the color picker, which I added a palette to as well. So right now it's just doing a triad palette, I think is the one I'm doing, but the code I could expand it out to do different palettes. So the gradient, you can change it. You say I want to have it go to lightness in the middle, or I want to have it go darker in the middle, or none. And then as you move this around, it's giving you the color that you selected under the mouse. And it's not displaying, I guess it should display the hex for those colors there, but it's not. Something to do. It's in the code. It's in the code, so you could easily get it there. And this will save a screenshot for you, so you can include it in your slideshow. Let's see. I'll show you the. Oh, I was going to show. If you go into the system.skia, you'll find there is the TSK color space and profiles. So these are the things I talked about before, where you can use profiles for when you're converting between RGB and CMYK to get a more accurate color representation. Okay, so this is the, oh, I didn't show this one. This is the tint, tone, shade, tint, and tone. So you can define how many variations you want here, and then it will generate those for you. This down here at the bottom is just showing you the different values, whether it be the lightness, saturation, or lightness going in the direction, right? So we see this one goes from 1 to 0.5, whereas this one goes from 0 to 1. Or wait, yeah, this one. This one goes from 0 to 0.5. So this is the tone here in the middle. They're in the wrong order. And this is the preview of the pure color here. All right, so let me show you the code for this one here. It's all in the paint on the SK paint box. So I'm just doing an HSL to RGB. It's a loop, and on this one, because it's tone, I change the saturation based on our position in the loop. So it's just a percentage there. Whereas the tint and tone, I do it either, this one is 1 minus that times 0.5, where this one's just S minus, or S divided by sample count divided by 0.5 to get the shade. Okay. Here is the shader, the Skia gradient view, which does the palettes. And probably a better way to do this, but this is the way I came up with doing it, is I actually have 2 paint boxes. Okay, so this paint box here is the base paint box, and in here I am drawing the gradient, the color wheel. And right here is where I look at the radio buttons to determine which radio button you selected. And I probably should put that outside there. Could be refactored. And then right here, I'm making a gradient. Let's see, where's it at? Right here. Make gradient sweep. So I call this method in the SK shader, and I give it a destination center point. And then right here is a routine I have that creates a gradient array. And this is just using the hue-based one. And I did it in decimals instead of, I guess I could have done it in hues. HSL to RGB. Yeah, if I'd done like the 0, 60, 0 and then 60 divided by 360, 120 divided by 360, that would have worked better. It would have been more readable, I think. So then the mouse move, oops, let me find the right one, is I have this routine called move circle, and it looks to see if the circle's inside, or if the mouse movement is inside the circle, so instead of the whole rectangle, if it's actually in the circle inside the rectangle, then it moves, it has a, I actually have a little T circle that it moves to the point that you selected, and then I get color, right here, get color gets the color of the color wheel. Now, I do this in 2 steps because I get the color from a bitmap that I cache every time I cause the color wheel to redraw. So that way I don't have to screenshot it every time if I haven't changed the color wheel. So if the only thing that's changed is the circle position, then I don't re-screenshot it. And all I do is map the bitmap to get the pixel at the location. But then the palette is actually done in a separate paint box. And so here, I get the location and then I call this draw circle, which draw circle does the interesting math right here, get rotated point. So get rotated point, I pass it the origin, which is the mouse, the mouse point, the original circle, the center of the circle, and then the radius. And then theta is how many degrees I'm moving to. So remember when I showed you the different degrees you move to for the different palette types? That's the theta. And so we get the distance from the center, arctangent, and then you draw at the angle, your good old calculus here. Calculus, trigonometry, that's what it is. And there we go, get the values there for the new one. There we go, this is the color slider. So these right now is it's a new component I made called a gradient track spin. So it has the a gradient track bar, which is a new component I made as well, along with combined with a spin edit and then a label. And so you can change all of that from the properties here. So here's the text of the label. You can set the what do I call it? Begin color? Yeah, color end, color begin right here. So I can change those. Change that back. And I'm also I plan to roll this all up into a single component, so you can just drop down a single component on your form to give you this RGB picker. And then the palette code, oh, here it is right here, get palettes. So I have a routine here in another library that is the color palettes. And so it's a record that you can call either, you can use the record, it's a record that holds a palette, and you can use it either as via the record, so you can create it and say what kind of palette type you want, or you can use one of these functions and it returns a color palette for you. And so the color palette just contains that color in it, or the palette that you've asked for. And so that's what's displayed here. And the source code for the color editors are in here. We have the more track bars is just a gradient track bar. Originally I was going to add some other track bars, but I didn't end up needing to add those. That's right. hue trackbar, alpha trackbar. I thought those needed to be added, but they're actually already in there. They must be fairly new because I don't recall them being in there before. Then the track and spin is all three combined. And I did actually implement the interfaces on it so that it can support like virtual keyboard controls and text actions and stuff like that as well. Seemed like the right thing to do. And then here's the palettes, which I just showed you the code for that. Oh, and then I have the CMYK util here. This is based on some code I found online, but I've changed it quite a bit, but I still have the credits in there. I'm planning to rework this a lot, actually. I want to make a robust color record that has the ability to store both CMYK, or all three CMYK, HSL, and RGB, and then not lose resolution when you change it around. Not lose like the hue, for example, if you drop the luminance all the way down. And it has support for HSL and RGB to CMYK. Actually, I don't have a CMYK to HSL. That seems like a... I guess I should add that. And there you go. Yeah, so you can download the code and play with it and have fun. If you notice anything, do let me know. All right, we've made it. It means I've got some good walking time in here. Resources. Here's the slides, Programming the Rainbow on GitHub. And then this is the samples I showed are all in here. And this has got a lot of other stuff in here. It's something I've been working on for a while and still have a lot more work to do on it, but there's a lot of great useful code in there you can go grab. It does say FMX color dialog, but it's not all FireMonkey specific. The libraries like CMYK and palettes and stuff like that are not FireMonkey specific. They'll work with any alpha color, but the main chunk of the library is FireMonkey. And with that, we're done. So it's time for Q&A. And I probably will not be on the treadmill for Q&A.
Oh wait, apparently I'm muted. He said just as well because I was laughing really loud. Jim is such a great developer. He really is, and also completely staring crazy. Here I am on my treadmill. we were chatting behind the scenes, saying that we should start a trend now. Don't you think? I'll just make sure you're not muted because I
think I'm unmuted.
No, you're unmuted. That's good. I think we should start a trend. And I said, we should do one because that's the first time I think anybody has ever presented. I've never seen a presenter before presenting with a treadmill. The only person actually I've seen do something similar was Linus Torvald from Linux. And they did a behind the scenes with a Linux kernel developer, and Linus was one of them for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about how he uses a treadmill on a walking desk. Like he codes whilst he walks. I don't know whether you do that as well, but he may be the only other person I've actually seen talk and use a treadmill at the same time. So well done. You're a hero. You really are an absolute hero. I don't know what to say, really. And you know what? Someone, where was it? I've got this one. This person, I don't know if it's a woman or a man, actually, but Blancon FA said, "Is Jim exercising?" Yes, he is. And also a lot of love for the name of your project as well. Jim's over-engineered color picker. Well, I mean, it definitely is amazing. So, and lots of people saying great, good job on what you've done, and all the rest of it. And you put your slide link up here. I'm also going to put the QR code up there because I've learned to point to it now. Look, I'm all grown up and everything.
Yeah.
And and that's where you can go. That's the link to the repo for the Programming the Rainbow. But if you go down one level in and up, you'll see the other example as well. Jim, that was a hell of a presentation. I have to say, I actually saw you. Was it in Amsterdam you were working on that? I forget. I saw you working on it somewhere, and you were talking about it. And
it might have been. I've been working on it for a while, and there's actually some other pieces in that project that aren't that I didn't show, but.
Yeah, it may have been actually when you came to Dallas as well, because maybe even you were doing it then. Because I remember you showing me some stuff, and you're like, "Oh, I'm working on this," and I'm like, "Oh, that's a really cool project." Very good demo as well. It's the dog's gone, by the way, so normality has returned. You're static, and I'm not carrying a dog around whilst I do hosting, which is the normal range of things.
It was interesting working on, because it's one of those things that colors are one of the things that I thought I understood, but then when I started working on it and poking into it and doing stuff with it, it's like, oh, well, that's interesting. There's little nuances about the way things work. Like, for example, the example I was showing where if you convert with HSL, if you turn the saturation or the lightness too far to the gray or black or white, then you lose your hue if you convert to RGB, which makes sense when you think about it, but it's just not something that you think about until you do it.
Yeah. I mean, I had to do a project once years ago, and it was for dentistry. I've written a lot of dentistry software. I don't know why, that's the way it worked out. And we had one where, I don't want to diss the dentistry industry, but they're quite expensive, even in the UK. There's no National Health Service in the UK, so you pay for dentistry in the UK. I think you can get like basic things done for free, but so dentists usually have like a treatment plan. So if you've got some teeth that need replacing, they will tell you we need to do this bit, then you go away and that has to heal or whatever, and they come back and then they do that bit. And so they have a little treatment plan. And the software I worked on was a visual treatment plan. It would have like waypoints where there was a little, pound symbol, because it was in the UK, a pound symbol where they had to pay, and it would draw circles and connections and things. And I had to write a color handling unit for that, because they wanted to be able to pick, colors for the circles and the connecting lines. And it's harder than it looks, because let's like say, oh, we want to be able to create a theme automatically, like a color scheme automatically. And I think the reason it came up was they said, we want them to be able to load their logo in, because it's practice management software. So they'd load the dentistry logo in. I then had to examine what was the predominant color in the image, and then produce complementary colors from that, like you were showing in your demo. And it's hard. It is not at all easy. You think you know colors until you start looking at it and go, oh, actually, it's a lot more complicated than I thought.
Yeah. Well, and that the way the T alpha color and T color works was I knew they were different, but because of the fact that you could call a method and pass one or the other interchangeably, and then you'd get different results because the data internally was different, and then range check errors and stuff like that. That was throwing me off quite a bit as well. It's one of those things that I knew that they were different, but then when you could pass them arbitrarily and the compiler would accept it, that I didn't realize what I was doing wrong, and then I was getting these weird errors. But I have another video I wanted to show. I used Camtasia to edit this one, and for some reason Camtasia just choked on this video clip. So it's uploaded on the back end there if you can play it. It's just like 1.5 minutes long.
Oh, let me have a look. Oh, of course, I can't see it. Martha, are you in the background? I hope she is. Martha, producer Martha.
She said it was in the video clips as well.
Well, because of the way we logged on, unfortunately, I can't see it.
Oh.
So I can do it if I log out and log back in again, I think. Yeah. Let me. Okay.
Can you? If I'm
going to ping her on something else because I suspect she's doing.
There's a YouTube link. If you can share that.
I think I might be able to. Yeah.
I don't know if you can share that on the screen.
Actually, you can. I can do it from here.
Okay.
You can say. No, it won't let me do that either. Here we go. It's just refreshed when I tried to do it. There you go. So now I can do it. Let me just. Why is it not doing it? Here we go. Right, let's play it then, shall we?
I saw this demonstration and I wanted to reproduce it because I think it perfectly illustrates the relationship between your additive and subtractive primary colors. Now, right here I have a red flashlight, a green flashlight, and a blue flashlight, which are your RGB or additive primary colors. Now, combined, you see it creates white light. Now, if I take this pen and block it out so it makes a shadow, you'll see the shadow, there's three shadows. There is yellow, magenta, and cyan, which are your subtractive primary colors. Subtractive primary colors, when combined, create black. So the shadow of the additive primary colors is the subtractive primary colors. And if I do this here with the slit here, so it decomposes it back into the red, green, blue lights, and then take the shadow and cast just one shadow over that, we'll see that when I cast the yellow shadow over the slit, it blocks blue, which is the complementary color of yellow. If I block the magenta shadow over it, then it blocks green, complementary color, and the cyan shadow blocks red, which is its complementary color. And it just looks cool too.
I love it. That's great. Let me just make you come back into the screen. There you go. Yeah, that's beautiful video, Jim. I really like that. That's kind of one of those ooh moments, I think.
Yeah. I watched on YouTube, and actually the colors are muted on there too. So if you watch I put the link in the chat for the directly to the video. If people want to go grab the video directly, it looks a little better.
Oh, okay. I can. You can. You able to post that? Let me do it just in case it won't work, because sometimes it can be fussy about the links. Some platforms edit them out. So I'm going to do that, and it should allow my link through. So there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, really good. You are a real master at these presentations like this, but doing it whilst you're exercising as well, I just blown my mind. I just can't believe that. It's and people, I think people know you, but we'll just to make sure that we keep Marco G happy, because he's an awesome guy, but he is your boss effectively, and so is Keys. But you actually work for GDK Software. You are the director of the US GDK Software, is that right? Yeah.
Correct,
so
yeah.
You're director of US GDK Software. Really, I haven't got enough good things I can say about GDK. Really, they really nail themselves to the mast of Delphi. Really.
Mm-hmm.
And I respect that. Dion's company is the same. They're all, Delphi through and through. And quite a lot of people, are champions of it. But GDK really do carry the flag when it comes to that. So I've got a lot of respect for them. There's plenty of others out there as well that are similar. But GDK just recently are on fire. And of course they are, because now they hired you. So you are marching around You've been on a bit of a tour recently, didn't you? Go to Orange County.
Yeah, I was just down in Orange County, and yeah, did a set. You were on the people in person and in a live stream online, and looking for some other additional stops as well. So just kind of touring around the U.S., but looking, just to raise awareness in the U.S. to see if there's customers or people that need some Delphi consulting in the U.S. or Canada. So if that's anybody out there.
Well, let's briefly talk about what GDK do, actually, because we keep saying about GDK and talking about the Delphi Summit, which was incredible. But how would you characterize GDK? If I was to, as I said earlier on to someone else in the elevator pitch, so you're on the bottom floor, you got to the 21st floor. What's your elevator pitch for GDK software?
Well, so it's a group of, it's a Delphi consulting company, basically, but the one thing I see different from some other Delphi consulting companies is that we are all about Delphi, and that we have a lot of things in place. We have a great team with a lot of continuing education programs for the team to make them better developers. And that means that we're really good at what we do because everybody there is very knowledgeable and very enthusiastic about working with Delphi. So.
Yeah, I mean, if people didn't see your other session, you were talking about the company culture, where it's all about education and going for walks together, which is very un-American, I have to say, but it's quite British because Brits do it, but they usually walk together to the pub, which is not quite the same principle, but and I mean, there was back in the days. I think Silicon Valley has lost its shine a lot. Actually, I think maybe 10 years ago, Silicon Valley was definitely, everybody wanted to work in Silicon Valley if they were young and a developer. But I think it lost its shine. I think people like Elon Musk came along and questioned why there were free bagels and, massage therapists sitting at your desk and things like that, which kind of had gone too far, I think, a little bit. I think it's fair to say that without being too horrible about Silicon Valley. And I'm just jealous because I never had any of that. I worked remotely for 14 years, so I don't get any of that. But I do get bagels brought to me and things. But I think that what you were saying about the culture of GDK actually combines the best parts of that, which is valuing the individual, but the principle being you're part of a group, and that you all fail together or you succeed together by making, the individuals club together and raising them up to make a better whole than just the individual parts. And that's something really to admire, I think, because it's not common in many software houses, I have to say. I've worked in probably 10 software houses off and on, and some of them were like that. Some were great. You would have a company kitchen and people would do team building days and things like that. And some of them were absolutely, why are you talking to that person? That's, you're coding. And of course, those places, surprise, surprise, were horrible places to work and didn't keep their staff very long, and actually produced a very negative culture that produces bad software. Because I believe that software development is a creative industry as well as a science. I think that if you want creatives to be creative, GDK are probably going about it the right way, which is nurturing that inner human, so that they feel like they're valued and their mental and physical health is plus. And as much as I joked around about you working out, I respect you for that, because anybody that's met me in person knows I'm quite a big guy. I'm quite big. I mean, you're tall as well, but I'm big, around the waist, and that's because I don't work out. So it's one of those things, isn't it?
Well, that's one of the things about GDK is because, like you said, they do invest in the employees, which is something I really respect, because seeing a lot of companies that see employees as interchangeable, and that's kind of the trend, like you said, in Silicon Valley. Things have changed, is that they're starting to see, developers as one's good as another. But the investment in the staff, which I value from a humanitarian point of view, also translates into
attracting the best developers and keeping those developers, and then getting them integrated into a team where they work better together. And so they're deliver projects to get things done quickly, and they do a really good job. And which had a number of customers that we've done work for, and they're like, this is way cheaper and way quicker than I expected it to be. And that's the result of that, is just because we have a good team that's good at what they do. We get things done quickly.
Yeah. And also, being cost effective, because that's a better word to use than cheap. Being cost effective, it also means that you get work in the future.
Yes.
Because there's two mindsets, isn't there, to pricing. You can either charge a massive amount of money and then you get one job every 5 years, or you charge a reasonable amount of money and you're always working. And eventually that translates into a better income overall, because it's being efficient at what you do means you're also able to charge a price that is not as perhaps high as someone who is not very efficient. So yeah, good stuff. Okay, well, have we got that's your last session, is it, or we've got another one from you? I think that's your last one.
I think this last one I've scheduled. I don't know if there's still stuff going on next week. Or there is stuff going on next week, so I don't know.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I'm not out of the woods yet. I've got another Thursday, Friday, and 5 days next week, so another 7 days.
Wow.
Someone's asking, is there any chance that these videos will be done using C++ Builder? Actually, it wouldn't be that difficult to convert that code to C++ Builder, because although it's Delphi, thinking about it, it's probably relatively easy to convert to C++ Builder because of the classes it's using. But it's a good question. We do have C++ content coming, so
it should work in C++ as well, absolutely. But
yeah,
I've done C++, but it's not my forte.
No, it's not mine either, unfortunately, for everybody else. But we do have C++ content coming, because Whole Tomato are going to be turning up doing some stuff, and Visual Assist, and I think a few others. And we had Roger Swan do a great demo yesterday as well. So yeah, it's good stuff. Okay, well, Jim, I'm going to let you go, and we're going to start talking about some other things as well. But thanks once again for your efforts. You're a great developer. We always mention this. Invented Swipe to Unlock. His name is on the patent. I mean, I know there were other people involved, but Jim, if people go to their phones and they swipe to unlock or they draw a pattern, that's the guy who points at. Wait, does it do it that way? There you go. That's the guy that's responsible for that. So if you hate it, blame him, and if you love it, praise him. So
I didn't put it on the iPhone, but yes, I had the patent for the technology.
I'm sure Steve Jobs claimed he invented it anyway, because you know how he did things. But also, you're a good friend. We get on quite well outside of work. We'll talk about development and lives in general, and we've met up a few times. And
yeah,
anybody who's watched us sword fighting and a few other things know we've got a similar sense of humor. And even though Jim did try and electrocute me with a Tesla coil at one point, but I'm sure he didn't mean it. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Jim.
Yep, absolutely.
Cheers, then. Okay, so great demo. Like I say, GTK software, their link is up there. And if you want to get Jim's code, you can scan that QR code that is up there. And if you're watching on YouTube whilst we talk, if you could click on the like button and then click on the subscribe button. It's over this way, I think, on YouTube. Maybe. I don't know. But go and click on the subscribe button and then click on the little bell button and say all. Now, the reason is not because we want to spam you. We won't know who you are. It won't tell us your name or, your shoe size or anything like that. All it will do is YouTube will send you a notification when we go live. And as soon as we put any videos out or anything like that, it will send a notification to you so that you know that we've gone live, because we're having a couple of issues with our email. Now, I've been super busy, and Martha, oh dear, okay. Producer Martha's telling me our next guest is not around at the moment. Okay. I might have to prod him by email or something. That's going to be awkward. His session's completely live. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Anyway, so what I was saying about subscribing, there are a couple of little issues going on with the email, and I don't know whether it's the way that the email works. I'm just getting dog hairs off my shirt there. Or it is to do with people's, spam filters or something like that. But some people tell me that they don't get the email notifications. I'm so busy hosting at the moment, I don't have time to actually go and grab hold of the people who are responsible. Once we finish today's sessions, and if our next guest doesn't turn up soon, it may finish quicker than we planned. But I will go and find out what's happening with the email. So if you're not getting email notifications, I apologize for that. And in fact, if you're watching now, oh yes, and Jim says, by the way, he got no royalties, so they'll swipe to unlock. He told me he gets a Christmas card every year from them. I bet he does. There you go. Bruno has turned up in the back end, so that's good. I was a little bit worried then. He wasn't going to turn up. Good job, Bruno. Yes, so, please subscribe if you're on YouTube. I know it sounds a bit, begging and pathetic, but it's actually for a good reason, because, like I say, the email notifications don't always come through. If you subscribe on YouTube or LinkedIn or Twitch or X Live or Instagram Live, which we're on all of those platforms, no matter what channel you look on it, click on subscribe and like, and then you will get told when we go live whether the email comes through or not. It's quite important. We do know that we get 100 times the viewers on the replays. We get a lot of people, well, actually 10 times, not 100 times, but we get a lot of people watching live, but we do get just as many subscribe. Sheikh Mohammed says he is subscribed. Good job. Very pleased about that. And Conrad's doing blinky smiles and things like that. Zoe, I know Jim's watching probably in the chat, but wow, what a great developer you are, Jim. Yes, he is. He's very good. In fact, the next guest is also an excellent developer as well, but we'll talk about it. There's a lot of them around, it's great. So what's coming up? Well, our next session is a completely live session, and I just have to go through and find it. This is the one. I'm going to get rid of Jim's little barcode there, the QR code. But the next session, completely live, is from Bruno Fearens from TMS Software. And when Bruno comes on, I'm sure he'll pronounce his name properly instead of the way I butcher it. And it's going to be called From VCL to Web, a giant leap for software developers, a small step for Delphi developers. That sounds a bit familiar, like Neil Armstrong, isn't it? But I'm a very big fan of TMS software, as I've made it clear in the past. Bruno, are you around? Can I put you on live now? Is that okay?
Yes, I'm ready. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you and I see you. Okay, I'm going to hide myself and let you carry on. So over to you, Bruno, and let me know when you're finished for if you want me to join for a Q&A and things like that. Because with the live session, I can't tell how long you've got. So, by the way, let me just check something. Yeah, you're the last session today, so there's no time pressures. You can take as long as you feel like you need. Okay, then.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you very much, Ian. And okay, we'll see where we get. I took this challenge to do this live here during the Dev Days Summer 2024. And I actually created a new project, a new challenge for today's webinar. So what's the goal for today? Well, we are going to show you how you can convert a VCL application, a point of sales VCL application in this case, which is, of course, as it's VCL, it is a Delphi desktop Windows application. And I will show you today in this session how you can convert this application to a simple point of sale web application. And so what are we going to use for that? I'm going to do the demonstration here live with Delphi 12.1, but any version like 10.2 or newer is fine. And being here from TMS software, of course, there are a couple of TMS software components involved. And so what I will be using, let me switch the screen here a little bit. Okay, that's better. So what we are going to use, Delphi 12.1 in this session, and I'm going to use the one component, or actually two components from the FNC UI pack, and I will use that component in both the VCL application and the web application. I will also use a chart. Same story here. I will use it in the VCL application and also in the web application. And to create that web application, I'm going to use WebCore. For this presentation, I tried to, I see that, I see a remark that I should not be visible, or can you confirm that everything is fine with the presentation? I see here in the chat. Just a second. That's of course the thing with live. So so can you confirm that you see the slide with and also see my camera, right? Okay, then everything should be fine. And maybe let's go back to the start so we have everything properly for the recording. So I'm Bruno Vierens, working at TMS Software, and I'm happy to do this live presentation here during the Dev Days Summer 2024. And the goal for my presentation today is to show you, within the scope of this 1 hour webinar, to show you how you can convert an existing, a simple point of sales VCL desktop Windows application and convert that into a web application. And the tools that I'm going to use for that are, of course, Delphi. Today I will be using Delphi 12.1, but anything Delphi 10.2 or newer will do. And being from TMS software, it's kind of logical that I will also involve a couple of TMS components. I will involve two FNC controls from the FNC UI pack. I will use these controls both in the VCL desktop application and in the web application. And I will also use the FNC chart, both in VCL and web. And the framework to realize all this is TMS WebCore. Note here that I will be using version 2.6, which at this moment is still a beta, that has several improvements that I will highlight during this webinar and that make it well worth for better coding practices, especially with regards to accessing the backend, but I'll come to the details later on in this webinar. And what I will also use is our upcoming Stellar Data Store and cloud service for creating a backend without writing a single line of code. And so how are we going to do that? I will do everything live. I will start from scratch with zero code in the web project, and we will build it up step by step during this webinar. The theme for this point of sale application, well, I chose a theme that fits with the summertime here in Europe, and I chose as such the theme of an ice cream selling point of sales application, so to keep us all fresh during these hot summer days. And so before sharing the source code with you, let's dive into the IDE and start with this project. I have here a project group, and that contains the finished web application, but we will start from scratch, as I explained, and also the VCL application. Let's maybe first of all have a look at the VCL application. So what do we have? We have a tab control with 3 tabs. One tab is for managing the flavors of ice cream that our application is selling, and managing the pictures that represent the flavor for everything that we have. We'll have the point of sales screen where we can pick the flavor to sell to our customer, make up an order if a family orders like 5 flavors, that we can manage that, and then finish the order if everyone is served. We'll store it in the database, and in the database we can of course see the orders that we have managed. And an interesting tidbit that we will do is here build a pie chart that represents, with which we can see what are the most sold flavors of ice cream with the application. In terms of database, I've chosen something very simple for this VCL application, and I did everything with client datasets that will store the data in XML files for easy distribution. When you get the source code of this application, that you do not have to set up any special database, that everything will work right away out of the box. And the setup is also quite simple. We have a table for managing the flavors of our ice cream. We have a table to manage the orders that we received. So that's actually the order number and a timestamp. And then we have the order details table, and that contains for each order that is placed, the different flavors that can be added to this order. Maybe to make it clear to you, let's run this application. Here it is. And here we see the tab with the flavors. And so you can see that this is currently what I have configured here in this application for all flavors of ice cream that can be selected. If I go to the point of sales tab, you can see here the FNC tile list, and this tile list manages all the flavors that we have loaded in tiles, and I can slide between these tiles. I can also do a lookup of my favorite flavor, which is the coconut flavor, and this way you could, for example, easily manage this via a touchscreen. When I click on blueberries, when I click on coconut, that will be my order here in this case for 4.5 euros. And when I finish this order, everything is actually stored here in the orders detail table. So this has been order number 11, and I have ordered two flavors. These are the indexes of the flavor, and this is the price of the flavor. And you can see here that I manage also in this column the price of each flavor for the ice cream. So that's it. That is the VCL application. What I also wanted to highlight is that also this one is a FNC control. And I've used this FNC control because it allows me to easily manage the formatting of each item in this list box here, in this case, to also show you the flavor that has been selected with not only the name, but also the picture. Okay, and so our goal for today is to convert this application into a web application so that if you build it once, people can run it directly out of the browser from everywhere on every device these days. Maybe first I will give you some background on the backend that we will use for this application. So I talked about 3 tables. A table for flavors, one for orders, one for order details. So I will use this no-code data backend, which will launch, which has been in beta for a few months already, and that is on the brink of launching. This is my account, and in my account, you can see here that I have already set up different tables. And here you can see the ice cream table. This is the table. Let's see the fields that we have in this table. So an ID field, which is an automatically available field, a unique key field for this table, the name of the flavor, the price of this flavor, a float, and also the picture, which is a blob field. We also have the orders table. The orders table here, in this case, also has the key ID and the date, the timestamp when this order was placed. And in the order details table, I have the same key, the order number, so that's the reference to the key field of the orders table, the flavor that was ordered, and the price at which the flavor was ordered or purchased, because this will store the price at the moment of sale. If at some point in time the price of the flavor increases, it will historically have all the original prices. So these are the 3 tables here, ice cream, order details, and orders, that I have already created in my own personal Stellar Data Store account. And these tables I can create on the fly here using this interface. I can manage these fields, add fields, change the field types, etc. All these things I can do. And what I also did for the convenience of this small demo, that is adding an access token. That access token will be used to use the REST API and to access these tables via the REST API with my access token. What is also possible and what is actually recommended for security, that is applying OAuth. So in other words, that someone first needs to authenticate and authorize before on the fly an access token will be generated with a limited lifetime, so that only this person who has authenticated can of course access the tables here. But for simplicity, I have here in this case created one access token. I will not show you this access token because clearly when you would use this access token, you could also for example delete all the data that I will manage here during the scope of this webinar. So that is the backend that I will be using. And so there we go. We start from scratch, and we will add a new project in the Delphi IDE, and we chose a web application, and it is added to our group. And let's maybe first of all save this application. So we will save it in a folder, the Dev Days 2024 folder. Oops, that is where we will store this application. Okay, that is stored and ready. Let's make the form somewhat bigger. And what I will also actually do is I have my token, the access token that I retrieved from the Stellar DS service. I have that access token in a include file. I will later need that access token, so I will include that token.inc file so that I have access to my tables in the Stellar DS data store. So first things first, let's start with a page control, which actually is very similar. It's actually 100% the same. 3 pages in a page control, where the first one will be for the flavors, to manage the flavors. The second one will be our point of sale system. And the third one is for our orders. So I select this tab sheet, and here we will be managing the order statistics from. And so first step is to build the system to manage the flavors that we have available in our ice cream store. And what I will be using is a WebDB grid. So one little side note here is that with WebCore, we have tried, it has always been our goal to make developing web applications as similar as possible to creating a VCL application, still allowing you to access everything that is available in the browser, but for reducing the learning curve, that everything is as familiar as possible to a VCL application. That's why we have the DB grid that is modeled after the VCL DB grid, and we have the DB navigator that is similarly also modeled after the VCL DB navigator. What I will do here is I will, for adding pictures to my flavors table, I will drop here a file uploader component. So obviously my images are typically stored in a local file. So I need to upload these images to my web application if I want to add a new flavor. And then I have here an image control, and that image control will show you the picture of the flavor. What I will change in my image control is I will set the width style to automatic. Why am I doing that? That is, if I set here a fixed height, the height is fixed because height style is absolute and is set to 100. By allowing the width to automatically change, that means that my picture will be displayed with respecting the aspect ratio of the picture. So these are the controls that I will be using on my first form that I'm building. And then I'm going to add the data set for that will manage the flavors. And similar to a VCL web application, VCL desktop application, I will also use data sets and data sources to hook up the DB aware controls to the data stores, to the data set. So what I will do here is this will be the flavor data source, and this will be the flavor data set. I will call this flavor DS like this. And of course, I assign it to the data set. And what I do is I assign the data source to my DB grid and to my DB navigator. What I also need to specify here for my Stellar data store data set is the table name, which in this case will be ice cream. You've seen that here in the table list. Here we have the name of this table, which is ice cream. That's what we select for flavors. What we then need to do is assign the access token and open the dataset. There's not much more to do than this. In the on-show event, what I will do here is for my flavor dataset, I set the access token to access token, and obviously for doing that, I need to include my token include file. Then this access token const is available. And the next thing that I will be doing is call initialize, because in a moment I will need to do a few more initializations. So let's separate this in one initialize procedure. And in this initialize procedure, what I will do is I will call await, and that needs some explaining. I will do that in a moment. For the flavor DS dataset, open async, like this. So what is happening here? In the web, in the browser, a lot of operations are happening asynchronously. Anything that involves underlying HTTP requests for consuming a REST API is by nature, by design, asynchronous. In the browser, that is a normal thing, and that is normal for the reason that browser is designed to keep the web page responsive at all times. So operations that could take some time, like doing an HTTP access, will not hold up, interfere with anything that is being rendered in the web page. That's why these things are asynchronous by design. And in the web world, something that is a standard practice is to work with promises. And a promise is something that will logically allow you to structure your code like sequentially, but still it will not hold up all the other things that can possibly happen in your web page. So what is happening here is opening the dataset is an asynchronous operation, and I tell this opening, I use an await construct to asynchronously wait for this being opened. And in the process, this will not actually prevent that anything else in the page will freeze. What I will need to do, though, is mark this initialize procedure as an asynchronous procedure. Everywhere where I'm using await constructs, I need to specify this async attribute. Okay, if I did not overlook anything, let's double check again. So I specify the table name. I assigned the data source, the data set to the data source. Did I assign? I assigned them to the DB grid and also to the DB navigator. So that first step should be fine. Let's see if that is also reality. Let's compile and run this application. And here we see the first result. So what we see is our DB navigator data is filled in the DB grid. We see the flavor name, the price, and here we see the picture and we see an URL. Why do we see a URL? Because this concerns a blob field. And blob fields are by design not loaded immediately. You can access the blob field through a unique URL, and this is the URL for each of these blob fields. So I'll need to work with this to actually get hold of my picture that is stored in the blob. All right, let's do some further extensions to this application. What I will do and what I will need is enable column sizing and editing, because obviously I want that my grid will be editable. And what I now want to do is show the picture when the record in my DB grid changed. And so what I do for this is I implement the after scroll event. So that is triggered every time the record has changed, and I will win some time by here inserting the prepared code for the after scroll. But of course, I will explain it to you what it is all about. I also need to add some units here to make this code work. Web tools actually is what I need, and also weblib.utils. I'll explain it why I add that. So what do I do in the scroll event? When the data set has the controls disabled, obviously nothing is happening. If the value of my block field, which is the URL, the unique URL, if that is an empty value, and that can be empty, for example, when you insert a new record for the first time, then I assign actually the presentation for an empty image in my image control. You have to know that when an image element in a web browser page has no source for this image set, the browser typically shows some specific image to indicate, okay, here is an image that I cannot find. So if we really want to see nothing, what we do here is actually set a fully transparent PNG, small PNG image in this HTML image element. And with that, nothing is really visible, also not the typical browser broken image that is displayed. And here comes the call that will retrieve as binary data the content of that blob field. So it will execute the read blob as array buffer. And okay, I see a remark to increase the font of the editor. So let's increase the font. Where is that again? Editor. Display most likely, and here the font. Let's set it to 14. And I hope that is better this way. Okay, we are at a bigger font now. So this is about retrieving the binary data stored in the blob field in my table for flavors. And this is obviously an asynchronous call. So I'm using the await construct to wait for that data to come back. And here I'm testing if the response is actually a valid array buffer, and if the size of that buffer is larger than 0. In that case, I will load my picture from the array buffer. In the other case, and that's better without a space there for the formatting, then I assign again this empty image. So why not also immediately add now the code for uploading an image when I have selected a new image? For that, I'm using the onDropped files event of the upload control. So that event is triggered when I drag an image over the area of this uploader control, but also it is triggered when I click on a link that will be rendered here, and I can use a file open dialog to pick the image via this way. So in this event handler, I need to add some code. And first thing that I do is check if any files have effectively been dropped when that event is executed. And when that is the case, what I do is I pick the first file that was dropped and request to get that file as an array buffer. I request to get the binary representation of the file dropped on the file upload control. Also here, this is something asynchronously happening. File can be small, large, can take some time if it's a large file. Browser does not want to hold up, freeze, or or be stuck for any reason. So this is by design in the browser an asynchronous event. And when the result is ready, it will trigger the on get file as array buffer event. That event will be triggered when it is ready. And when that is ready, what I will do is actually load the image from the array buffer that was uploaded, and I can do it this way. And what I can also do here is upload the image that was retrieved as a blob in the data set. So it will be uploaded to the picture field, and of course also here it is the array buffer that is used to upload this file. I overlooked one thing, that is in this scrolled event I'm using the await construct that makes the entire code in this block an asynchronous executed code block. So I need to mark that here, and marking that can be done in two ways, with the attribute like I did here, async, but it can also be done by using the async decorator. You can see now that the LSP from the IDE shows on that, obviously because this is a web-specific decorator unknown by the LSP. So what I do is to use it in a convenient way, use the identifier pas2js, that is the Pascal to JavaScript compiler. So it's only seen by the compiler, it's not seen by the LSP. So let's check up now if I did not overlook anything. And if that's the case, it should work. And let's see how far that brings us already. And okay, that is nice. We can already see the pictures now. And assume that our shop has a couple of extra flavors. Here I have the pictures of the flavors, and our shop has decided to add 2 more flavors. As you can see, I have no pear yet today in my shop, so we will add pear. And as this is a brand new flavor, let's make it somewhat more expensive than standard. You see that the URL is empty. It's a new record, so no blob field access yet. But as soon as I have posted, my URL is available. And so let's see, when I drag the peer, drop it on the upload component, and you see it is shown in the image control. And you can see that it is now in the blob field. And I have another flavor that I want to introduce this summer. Let's insert it. It is orange, a nice flavor. And also this one will be a little bit more expensive this year. Inflation, you know. And so this is my orange field. Let's set the picture for orange. And that is ready. You can see new flavors have been added. And with that, the first part of our application, managing the flavors in our shop, is handled, is dealt with. Let's move now to the actual point of sales system. And let's migrate now the VCL screen for this point of sales. And let's pick a little bit from the VCL application. So what I will do is I move to the POS screen. First thing that I will do is copy this FNC tile list that I'm using for that, and copy it to this screen. Let's make it somewhat smaller so it fits on this form. That's okay. That should be something like that, where Okay, that should be more or less good. Notice that I have used anchoring for my tile list so that my tile list will always be anchored in the bottom of my screen, so that it will become larger if my browser window becomes larger. See here that we have also used the concepts for designing a VCL application and offered you also these capabilities in a web application. You can, of course, use all HTML and CSS based layouting techniques, but at the same time, for your convenience, for porting something fast, you can also take advantage of what's being offered in the VCL. So what we need next is our FNC list box. So let's drop this one on the form. It has initialized with a couple of default items when I drop it new on the form. So I will want to get rid of these. Okay. And bring me back to my POS. Okay. And now I will add two buttons. One button to empty my ordered items, and I will also use one button to finish the order. So in case someone makes a mistake and wants to start anew, that is what the new order button will be used for. And here we have the finish order that will actually finish the order, store the order information in my order tables. And what I will also add while I'm busy is a label, and a label that will show the amount that the order represents. Let's move this a little bit upwards. I need to set it to 0. And okay, I will set the amount here. Let's also increase the font size somewhat. Another remark about font sizes, you can see that I'm here now configuring everything via properties. Nothing holds you back actually to also use CSS here. There's a free choice you can choose. If you set element font to CSS, then it will listen to the CSS settings. If I select the property, then it will use the font property to control this. All right, what I will also add, let's add everything so that at least that part is finished. I will add the filter box, and okay, that's the label for my filtering. Where's the caption for that? The caption for that is here, filter, and this is the edit box for my filter. Of course, I want this to be empty when it is started. So now I need to start adding the necessary code. And the first code that I will add is filling up the tile list, showing all the flavors that are available in nicely divided in tiles. So back to the code for that. And I added also a code snippet, the code snippet that performs loading the tiles. So that is added in one method, load tile list. Let's expand this and let's copy this piece of code that I will explain in a moment to tell you what this piece of code is doing. So what is happening here? There's one thing that I overlooked, and that is adding a bitmap container. The bitmap container is also an FNC component, and this is a component that is a collection of images. And the special thing here is that this collection of images can hold images of different sizes, different formats, all mixed up together, and these images are referenced by a name. So if I go here to the items collection editor and I pick, let's see what I can pick here, one flavor, this banana, for example. Okay, this has been added. And okay, no, I want to just select it here. This is the name with which I will access that banana. And I can access that image in various ways in the various FNC controls, including also in HTML that I specify for elements in my for text in my FNC controls. Here you can see, for example, in a tile, HTML formatted text. And I will use this bitmap container in connection with my FNC tile list and also with my FNC list box. Remember that when I selected a flavor in the tile list, that same image for the flavor was shown in the FNC list box. So that is achieved by hooking both up to the bitmap container. And here in our code, you can see that I'm using the bitmap container to fill up all the images. So here I'm clearing the tile list. I'm clearing the bitmap container just in case it contains still some images. Here I'm defining fields for accessing data in my flavors table. And then what I'm doing here is create a temporary image control. Reason for doing that is because I will be using that image control to encode, dynamically resize all my images to ensure that the maximum width or height is 100. So whatever size of images that you add to the bitmap container to your blob field in your data store table, this code will ensure that the image is sized properly to display properly in the tile list. So to perform that resizing, well, let's do it step by step. Here I'm simply looping through my flavors data set. I'm adding a picture to the bitmap container, and I set the name to the name of the flavor. If that name, in other words, if the blob field exists, so there is a URL to access it, I will here load that the binary data of my picture via the road blob as array buffer method. It is also obviously an asynchronous method. And if the array buffer contains any data, I will construct here a base64 representation of the image, because that is what an HTML image element works with. I assign this base64 representation for my image to the runtime created image element. And this image element I can use to resize it to ensure it's smaller than 100. And when that is ready, I fill the bitmap of my bitmap container element with the resized image. And when that is ready, I can create a tile list item, and I set the title for my tile list item. I keep a reference to my image. I keep a reference to the ID of my flavor. I also keep a reference, to my the price of this flavor. And finally, I have the description where I'm using some HTML to show the picture of the flavor and also the price here of the flavor in a tile. And then, of course, I go to the next item in my data set. And that should be it. If I did not forget anything, of course, I need to load or call loading the tile list. And that is from initialize that I can do that. Load tile list. I do that in the flavor data set, and I fill the TMS FNC tile list with it. Let's see if I also for this next step did not forget anything. Let's see if this works. Okay, that looks good. Let's bring up the browser. And okay, we can see here that my tile list is now filled up with the flavors, and actually similar to the VCL application, you can see that you can also browse through the different pages of my tile list. That is all automatically done by this tile list component for us. All right, that was another good step forward. So next steps that we have to do is when I click an image in my tile list, I want this to be added to my order, to the list of items in my order. That's the next step. Then it should also show me the total price of this order. And then another step is to finish the order. In other words, create the order and add all items that belong to this order to this new created order. So let's do these things now. Maybe I will do first the easiest thing. That is, did I not set the name yet for my, so that is label total. I will use that name. And so to clear the order, that's kind of easy. Then I set the caption back to 0 to indicate that there is 0 cost. And I also empty my list box here in this case. So I remove items from my list box. And the same will actually also apply to finishing the order. Here I will not clear the list yet because of course I need the items in the list to process the order. So now what I will do is I will add the on item click event here. And when an item is clicked, then I add this to the order. Also for that, I tried to save some time to keep everything within the scope of this webinar and have the add order method that I expand and add the code to this method. So what is happening here is actually quite simple. I access the clicked tile list item. I create a new list box item. I assign the bitmap of my tile list item to the list box item. I set the text for this list box item to the flavor name and the price between brackets. And I keep also the index of the flavor and the price of the flavor in data that goes with the list box item. And finally, I also update the label. I just add the price of the added item to the value that is already in the label. Something very simple to add up all the prices of the flavors. And that should already be sufficient to add the order. Maybe we can quickly test it before the last step, and that is creating the order, storing the items in the order. So my tile list is being filled, and of course that's quite logical. I need to do adding the order from my click on the item. And so here the first thing is the item index. Then we have the FNC tile list that it will use like this. It will use the list box, FNC list box, and it will also use the label reference to update that label. There's one more thing that I want to add in the process, and that is dynamically changing the number of rows in my tile list. Why I'm doing that? Because if there's a lot of room in my tile list, it can be beneficial that multiple rows are being shown. And That I can do in the following way. I have here my FNC tile list number of rows property that I can configure, and I will make this number of rows actually the results of dividing the total available height of the tile list by 150, so that each row is at least 150 pixels high. And in the process, let's also implement the filtering. The filtering I call from the changed edit control for my filter, and I can filter the tile list also in a very simple way with passing the filter condition here in the apply filter column. I actually copied the tile list from my VCL application, and there's also properties in my tile list for specifying how the filter works. Here I made the filter case insensitive, not case sensitive as such, and also to match any kind of text within the title of the tile list item. And so with that, I believe that everything should be ready before the last step, which is actually creating the order. So let's see, let's bring up the browser. Okay, and let's see if this has the expected. Yeah, you can see now that I have only one row, and as I size, it adds more rows to my tile list. And when I click now, you can see 3 flavors selected, total price 6, and now we are ready. Oh, let's see if the filtering is working. The chocolate is coming up, so all these things are working nicely. And we are fully ready to do the last part, which is saving the orders. Let's clean up some browser tabs to save some memory, and then let's go to the orders. And so here I will need some extra tables to access. So I add some more data sets for my Stellar Data Store tables and also data sources. Okay, the web data source, and I need another one, web data source. Okay. And now I do here, I set this to the order data set, and that will use the orders table, and this will be the orders data source, which of course will be hooked up to the orders data set. Here is my order details. So that will be order details data set. It will use the table order details. And here I have my data source for it, which will be order details data source. Okay. I will also want to show the orders in a grid. Let's go web DB grid. Here is my DB grid. Okay, and I will want to add a button for getting my statistics of flavors. And let's set the caption to statistics. And what I will do now is steal from my VCL application my FNC chart. I will want to steal it because I have already configured here, when you go to edit series, that is the design time editor that you have for the FNC chart. Here it is, and I have here the series and all the configurations. By just copy and pasting this to my web form, I already take advantage of all these settings so that I do not have to do that again. All right, so you see that the I set the title already. It picked up the title, so everything is ready to go. Did I hook up the data sets? Yes, I did that. I need to hook up the data set for my order details. Okay. And then I'm actually ready to do two things. I need to initialize these data sets, of course. And for doing that, I can is the orders ds access token, same, we'll use the same access token for that. And then the order details dataset access token, and that also uses this same access token. And from my initialize method, I can actually also asynchronously open these two data sets. So that will be the orders dataset and the order details dataset, like this. So these two data sets are open now, and now I can add the code from my finish order button to actually persist the order in the data set. For that, I also have a method that I created in advance. That is the finish order method. Let's expand it and let's copy and paste this code. This is the code for that. And let's briefly go over that. What I do is I create a new record in the order data set. I set the order date to the current timestamp, and I post this to this data set. With posting this to the data set and with awaiting for the asynchronous result, I will use here the ID, which is an auto increment field, the ID, to assign in my order details table all detail items to this specific order. And I'm doing that by looping over all the list box items. Here I have my fields to access all the fields in the order details. And here I set the order ID, the flavor ID, the price that I also added to my data item in my list box. And then I perform an asynchronous post of this order detail. And I do this in a loop over all my list box items. And of course, I need to hook this up into this finish orders click handler, and that is the orders data set, the order details data set, and the FNC list box that I need for that. And that should be it. That should, I think, work. What I want to verify is, did I set the data source? I set it right to my this DB grid. So let's see if here I did not overlook anything and everything works as expected. Let's check this result. And okay, flavors are loaded, the tile list is loaded, and the orders are not loaded. So clearly I have overlooked something. Why did it not fill my table with orders or order details better? So the table name is set, that is correct. The order details is, this is not set to my data set. So I suspect that this will be the reason that my DB grid is not filled. So, okay, let's bring up my browser. And as you can see now, my order details dataset is filled up. And you can see that my last order number is 32. Let's see if when I create a new order, let's pick cherries and coconut and add chocolate in the mix. Let's finish this order. Let's go to the order page, and you can see here order number 33 was created, and here are the flavors that I did select. So also that part is already working, and now we are moving to the finish, and the finish is by making up the statistics in our FNC chart. Maybe what I can do is briefly bring up again this VCL desktop application. So you can see here anything is the same. I go to the orders page. The order 12 was here created. And when I want to request the statistics, you can see here that the pie chart is built up with all the flavors. And you can see in this case here, coffee is the most requested flavor. So let's finish also our web application with this last piece of code. And so I need to add this to my the button from where I will build the statistics. That will be the method from where I do that. And I also tried to save up some time here and with a method that builds the statistics. I expand that method, and okay, this is the code that is doing that. I see that I need some more things. Actually, not that. Let's bring it back. I actually want this piece of code. Here, this is it. Okay. That is actually 100% the same code as for the VCL application. It's literally copy and paste. Also, I wanted to have some colors to initialize my pie chart. And I will also use a class to keep track of the number of flavors that were ordered for each flavor. Interesting tidbit is I was a little bit lazy and did not want to come up with all the pie chart colors myself. So I actually asked ChatGPT if it could give me a list of colors. And this you can see the history of what I prepared. I asked, can you generate 40 colors presented as a Delphi array of color values? And this is, you can see how nicely ChatGPT came up with that. And I also asked, can you now please show me how this visually looks? And even that ChatGPT could generate for me on the fly. So I was pretty impressed. And at the same time, I did win some time. So I promised to, first we need to build the statistics from there based on the order details data set with the lookup in the flavor data set and represent everything in the FNC chart, this one. And let's inspect what this code is actually doing. What I'm doing is looping over the data set for the order details. And what I do is look up the name of, or actually get the index of the flavor. I add this to a string list. That is the string list that I will use to make this statistics. And when it's the first time that I add this flavor, I add an object with a counter to this string list items, and I initialize the counter to 1. If that flavor is already found, I just increase the counter that goes with my string list, with the string object that goes with it. And I do this for all the records in my order details data set. And then I will actually fill up the chart. So what I do is I first start with clearing the chart series. So all the points, I clear them to ensure that I start with new information. And then for all the values I collected in that string list, I look up actually the name of the flavor, because that name of the flavor, I want to set it as the annotation with each point that I add via the series add point. So here I add the counter, the flavor name, and then I use the one of the 40 pie chart colors, and again as the legend, here also the flavor again. And that is it. Not much more than that is needed to create the statistics for my flavor. Okay, let's bring up this application. So we have everything, and let's see what happens. And you can see that I don't think I did not anchor that, so it remains to this. But you can see here clearly the same kind of chart that is generated to show what flavors were ordered the most. And with that, I think we have achieved something quite similar to the VCL application is here on the left side, and the web application is here. And so that is side by side, the desktop application, the web application. We focused on functionally copying the features of this application. Of course, with the web application, we could go a lot further, for example, by adding account-based logging into the system and making the whole system somewhat more responsive, and decorated with somewhat more web-specific layout and colors. But basically, in the scope of somewhat more than an hour, we could bring this desktop application in the world of web applications. And with that, I wanted to conclude this webinar for today. The full source code of this VCL and web application you can download from here. So if you scan that QR code, you will get access to the download full source code. Note, however, that you will need a couple of components to use the demos, the FNC UI pack for the tile list and the tile list box, and the normal list box, the FNC chart. And for the web application, an account, you can register for a free account on stellardatastore.io. And WebCore Beta is at this moment available for all the users with the WebCore license. Get access to the beta anyway. And we will release version 2.6 shortly. I also said why we are using this beta. This is because, as you have noticed, we have added asynchronous or await promise-based constructs for the data sets, which makes working with data sets way easier in coding. And that's why we opted to present it here this way with these promise-based constructs for the data set. If you want to know more, if you want to see more, if you want to talk to us in person about these topics, WebCore, FNC controls, but also many other products like our XData product, FlexCell product, Stellar Data Store, and so much more, you can experience all this in person during our upcoming training days on September 26, 27. Information is behind this QR code. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm actually looking forward to hear your questions and answer your questions.
Well, thanks a lot there, Bruno. You did an absolutely stunning demonstration. Your screen is there. You go. I was going to say you're a tiny, like little tiny thing in the corner, but there you go. There you go. Now we're roughly the same size, so I don't have to pat you on the head like that. There you go. It's like Lilliput, wasn't it? I looked like some kind of giant. Great demonstration. Not a huge amount of questions, but we did get people saying congratulations. And Pete Rios also was very impressed with how he used ChatGPT to create the array of colors as well, which actually was a really good demonstration as well. So I thought that was good. And Pete also says, thank you, Bruno. I want to call out a couple of things in your demo in case people missed exactly how cool they were, because I don't think sometimes people, they kind of like drift off and they're, I don't know, thinking about their washing or something. What you did there was you had a VCL project and you had a web core project, and you copied from the VCL project your components, which were FNC components, and dropped them onto the web form, and it just worked. That is very impressive. And then you pretty much copied and pasted the code between the VCL and the web core project as well. And I think this is something that is worth just repeating again and emphasizing, that that reuse is absolutely brilliant. I think that it's something that Delphi programmers are facing more and more at the moment, which is saying, oh, well, we need a web interface, and we don't want it all web, but we want some web stuff. And I think, I'm a big fan of web core. And I think that that was a very good demonstration there of making it work like that. It was great.
Yeah, that was actually one of the key concepts that we wanted to introduce in the FNC controls. FNC stands for Framework Neutral Components. So it is one component code base that can be used in VCL applications, FireMonkey applications, and also in web applications built with web core. So in a VCL application, that components behaves like a VCL component. It descends from the VCLT custom control. In a FireMonkey application, it behaves as a FireMonkey control because it descends from the FireMonkey T control. And in WebCore, it behaves as a web control. It actually uses underlying the HTML canvas for performing the rendering, just like it uses the VCL canvas in a VCL application, and the FireMonkey graphics context for the FireMonkey cross-platform applications. And also noteworthy is that in WebCore, we have actually, and that is also part of the 2.6 beta, we have introduced a additional designer. The designer that I have demonstrated today is actually based on the VCL form designer that is, of course, part of the IDE. So at design time, there is actually at design time technically a VCL control that gets, of course, transpiled to a web control to run in the browser. What we have added in WebCore 2.6 is also a web-based form designer. That means that the VCL form designer is replaced by a browser engine that is hosted in the IDE, and that renders, of course, all the controls as they are also rendered in the end result web application in the browser. And of course, in that scenario, the FNC control on the form designer will behave as a web control.
Yeah. I mean, my experience with working in a fairly large web core project was that code reuse was very high. I did it in an early version of web core, and the await keyword was the thing that I had to use. Await, is that a new? Because I can't remember if that was in an earlier version of web core. Is that a recent thing?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly in which version we added it, but the reason is the following. The await construct that the Pass2JS transpiler supports, and which is underlying using the JavaScript await construct, that construct is not available in Delphi RTL code, and therefore the LSP does not recognize it. Just like the async keyword that is also not recognized. That's why we have created this construct with generics, the T await, and as you have seen, the LSP fully recognizes it, so you get no red underlying in your code. That used to be the case when we did not have this yet. And so
that used to drive me crazy. I used to, I can't, but the way I did it, I have to say, if people were using an early version, the way I did it was conditional compilation. So what I did was I said, if it's not a web core project, then remove this line, and it worked. It got rid of the little squiggly lines so that I could see all the genuine errors that were in my code, which were quite a lot. But it's great. I mean, web core for me. There are different technologies available to produce web apps, but web core is very specific, and it has got a specific purpose that I really can get behind, which is take your Delphi apps. If you're a Delphi person and you're comfortable with doing Delphi things, then you can use all that knowledge without having to go away and do lots of research and create a web app that works and is a proper web app, and it's powerful, and it's a dynamic web page, and you don't really need to know any HTML or anything like that. It helps if you understand, CSS and things like that, because some of the styling can be useful, and Bootstrap is something that's used to style some of the pages as well. But if you're a Delphi person and that's your thing, and you're not a web person, then TMS Web Core, I believe, makes life a lot easier, and it is a very credible way of getting your Delphi apps to become web apps, and I'm a big fan of it. I've said this many times, and there are other alternatives. IntraWeb is one of them, but IntraWeb is different. It's doing something different. It's trying to achieve something different to what WebCore is doing. WebCore is what you get out of the compilation is pure HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it's fantastic. And the implementation that you've made is really good as well. So it's great stuff. Okay, well, we're going to call it a day because we're at the end of our sessions. Everybody was very pleased with your demo. We didn't really get any questions about it. I think because you pretty much covered everything in your demo, as you really do. You're very thorough. But I'm going to put your barcode up here. Up above, let me just make that happen. So if they go that way, I'll point in the direction where it is. If they scan that QR code, it'll take you directly. But also, as you can see, Bruno has got his QR code as well, which does the same thing. Scan that code, you'll go to the TMS website, and you can also get the source code from Bruno's QR code there as well. A great demonstration, very convincing. Basically saying, "Look, I'll show you it working. I won't just say it works. Here, I'll show you. The thing working." And to do it live like you did is very impressive. I prefer people not to do live demonstrations, but in your case, I said, "Yeah, no, it's fine. I've seen him do it before. I know he can do it." So. Yeah, we did put you at the end of the day, though, because I knew you wouldn't stick to 45 minutes or something. I knew it was going to be at least an hour and a bit. So, Bruno and I have met a couple of times before. We get on very well. So, well, thanks a lot, Bruno. I'll call it a day with you and close the session. Any final words from you before I sign off for the day?
Thank you very much, Ian, for the opportunity. I think it's very exciting that for Delphi developers everywhere on the planet, we can come together and enjoy the fun in software development. I think that is that is something that I find really important, that we can share our passion and fun in development.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've been doing it for 40 years and I still get up every day and I write code and I still like it. I can write in, I don't know, 10 different programming languages. I choose Delphi every time because, it just does what you want it to do. And it's great. Well, thanks a lot, Bruno. I'll say goodbye and I'll close the session. So that was Bruno Ferenc from TMS. I'm gonna just get rid of some of these captions here. Everybody's saying thanks to Bruno as well. Nice one, Bruno, etc., and good luck and good job and all the rest of it. How do I get rid of that message? Oh, there you go. I can hide it from here. There. Okay, well, that is the end of day 3. And surprise, as someone says that, nice async await from TMS. Yes, it is good. The async is necessary because of the way web pages load and work. And particularly when you're trying to retrieve data from a data set, you start to bump into, the web page wants to do something, but you're still waiting for the data set to do things in the background. Bruno did mention his StellaDS.io, which is his cloud-based data store. Go to the TMS website or go to StellaDS.io and go there and read all about it. It's a very interesting idea, and it's an alternative way of storing data, and it's very Delphi friendly, and it's very actually language friendly. It's not just Delphi based. There are other languages that can use it as well. Pete saying, Embarcadero, awesome job for handling the webinar. Thanks very much. It's all about the language, and it's all about RAD Studio, and it is mainly for the benefit of the community. I don't try and sell the products. It's not really what I'm here for. I mean, I think if we demonstrate the products effectively and show you what they can do, and great presenters like Bruno and Jim and Dion and Erwin, whose font creator was quite incredible, I think it makes the case for us. I don't think I need to tell you all the features that are on there. If you are a beginner developer or learner developer, shall I say, and you are an amateur or something like that, or hobbyist, if you scan this QR code and go to it, you can get a free copy of RAD Studio 12. It's actually 12.1. It's capable of doing Windows applications, Mac applications, Android applications, and iOS applications, and sharing nearly all of the code behind the scenes with it. All the things you've seen today have either been C++ Builder or they've been Delphi. Most of it, I think, today was Delphi, but we did do some C++ things. Later on this week, Pete Real says, sold. Good. My mind control is working. And he's doing sort of laughy faces as well. John Bird was saying about the time zone info. Okay, the time zones that we publish on the website, first of all, I know it's been going on our website. I'm going to go back to that website and find out. But the email notifications we've been sending out and the schedule on the website has been a bit messed up. And so we haven't got it all correct. I don't know why. Something's been going wrong with it. So actually, I do suggest that what you do, first of all, the times we publish are US Central Time. So look at your clock right now. And in US Central Time, it is 3:26 in the afternoon, 3:26 p.m. So work out what your time difference is, and that's where it is. We start at 10 a.m. Every day, and we finish. It varies what time we finish because just depends on the number of sessions. But each session is around about an hour. Obviously, Bruno and a few people like that, we let them go longer because they've got more content to talk about. Tomorrow we have. Let me have a look. Conrad Vermeulen, he's starting at 10:30 a.m. So I'll be doing an intro before that about his Semper template engine, which you've definitely got to look at. It's a very interesting component. And then at 12 noon, because Conrad's demonstration is quite long, Mastering RTTI from Basics to Advanced Techniques from Gustavo Barreto, a great presenter. And then at 1 p.m. US Central Time is my favorite Delphi hero, Patrick Prematan, who's doing a session on using SVG images in Delphi. Patrick is always in the chat, as I'm sure you're aware by now, because you must have seen him a few times as well. But yes, all times are US Central Time. And with that, I think I'm going to call it a day. Thank you for the frequent flyers that are here every day. I really do appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube and you're not sure about the times, click on that like button and click on this subscribe button, which I think is over there on your screen. And then make sure that the little bell symbol, there's a little bell, make sure that says all. And then what will happen is you'll get notified whenever we go live. We won't know you've clicked on that. We'll know because there'll be a subscriber count, but we don't know who you are. We don't know your email. We can't spam you. We can't get hold of your details or anything like that. It will just let YouTube notify you in a nice managed sort of way that we're going live. So same on LinkedIn and all the other platforms. Just whatever platform you're using, click on subscribe and off you go. We have got some sessions from Yellowfin and Ultra Edit. I'll be doing a session about SQL at some point. We're using Ultra Edit as well to edit some big files. So lots going on and lots coming up. Let me see what we've got. Yes, I remember where it is now. I can never remember. I have a little cool user interface here, and it's very difficult to get what you need. Where's it gone? Oh, don't tell me it's disappeared. Oh no! Somebody's removed my Code Monkey video. Oh, I was going to play my Code Monkey video, but it's been removed. Well, we'll get that to come back. I don't know what happened there. Tragedy. I'm bereft now. We always play out with Code Monkey. What we'll do instead is we will. Yeah, it's gone. Wow. Oh, that's horrific. Someone is gonna suffer for that. I'm gonna get them. No Code Monkey. Well, what can I say? Okay, well, look, what we'll do is we'll play it with another video instead from Jim. I'll see you all again tomorrow at the same time. But meanwhile, thanks very much for taking part.
Impact on developer productivity. I made this project here with Delphi, 1 million lines of Object Pascal code in one project, and we're going to see how fast it compiles. So 1 million lines would be 18,000 pages of printed text, which would be 14 copies of War and Peace. When it comes to code, everything you see here above that line is less than 1 million lines of code. So to launch the space shuttle, 400,000 lines of code. Now the code you see here, these projects are multiple millions of lines of code. So Windows 3.1 was about 2.5 million lines of code. And of course, with time, software complexity, projects get bigger, larger, more lines of code. So here see 5 million lines of code, 10 million lines of code, 25 million lines of code, 50 million lines of code, 100 million lines of code. And then each of those little squares there is a 2 billion lines of code. And I don't know how much total that is for Google. A lot of code for Google. Compiling is part of the programming culture. I mean, this is the number one legitimate excuse for slacking off as a software developer is we're waiting for our code to compile. But it slows down our productivity because we're always waiting for our code to compile. A few things we can do as Delphi developers to improve our compile time is take advantage of library packages. Similarly, precompiled units. So if we do a compile, it only compiles the units that have changed since the last compile. You can also divide large project into multiple smaller packages, and then again, you're taking advantage of the precompiled package nature. Then there's a number of other compiler options you can use as far as inlining, runtime packages, etc. Now, Berlin also took a huge step forward in fixing a number of compiler speed-up issues, and it made compiling code much faster. So let's take a look at compiling 1 million lines of code in 10.1 Berlin. Let's go here, project options. I have optimizations turned off. We're doing a full debug build here. And I will point out that I am doing runtime packages, which speeds up the linking process, but the compiling process is the same. So let's go ahead. We're going to start with a clean. And I have a timer here that's going to time how long the process takes. And I've put a button right here for the build. So the build started. And there we go. 1 million lines of code compiled in 5 seconds. And it's actually faster if I'm not video recording it, because I'm running it inside a virtual machine, and with the video recording, it gets down to about 3 seconds.
There you go. Million lines of code, 3 seconds. Thanks everybody for watching, and we'll see you all again tomorrow. Bye-bye.